show is generally of exhibitors, judges, and spectators leave lasting impressions while attending today's competition. Think of how history will remember you. Choose good sportsmanship and help rekindle the spirit of citizenship. Remember, the lessons you teach today will help develop better citizens in our community for tomorrow. Thank you for supporting the Richland County Junior Fair and our present and future agricultural producers.
in this senior division. We got some kids out here that just do a really nice job, and I think it gets really close as far as this placing goes once I get out of my class winner. To me, my class winner just kind of sorted himself to the top for me, just in the sheer fact of the way he moves around his animal, the way he keeps that animal set square. We're not set right now, but he keeps that animal set square. He keeps some distance between him and the goat. He allows me to see every angle of that animal. He maybe didn't get the best brace on this, but we are talking about a dairy wether. I'm going to give kids the benefit of the doubt because we have different styles for different types. I think he does the best job and has the most knowledge of where he needs to be in relation to where I am. He showed me every angle. I think, young man, I give these other, the next three individuals multiple chances to show me the front one time, and I would have made my placing real easy. And none of them did that. You always showed me every angle I was looking for. Like I said, maybe a little different style, maybe a little bit more, obviously a little more dairy-like, and I'm fine with that. Show me what you, whatever style you have, just work to the best ability of that animal. The big thing is I want to see every angle. So if I come around to the back to handle it, then that's when you want to brace. But when I'm walking and working up front, I would like to see the front of that animal, especially when we get in these market classes. I want to see the development of that front and that chest and the way these animals lay and tie in together. So I think that's very important. To me, a really nice class winner to start with. It gets a little closer for me here between third and fourth, second, third, and fourth. We've got three individuals out here, and I think the young man coming next gives me the best look as far as keeping that head in the right posture. He kept the goat on the ground, but still kept him driving pretty good. I'd like to see you keep him set square a little bit more. If we could have kept him set square, I could have closed that gap between first and second. But I need you to step away from the front when I come around and view the front, okay? Show me that front, step off the collar, get a little clearance between you and the goat, and let me see the front end of that animal. The young lady coming next, a little bit different style again. She does an excellent job as far as getting this animal braced. Maybe particularly, maybe wouldn't like to see that animal raised quite as much, but I also understand that different animals require different techniques. I've had a couple of them before that I've showed, lambs or goats, that if you didn't lift them, they weren't going to do anything except for back up or just be kind of dumb, okay? That's what they do really well. So I do appreciate you doing what you need to do there. If you would have stepped to the side and showed me the front, we could have changed this top placing real quick. You did an excellent job. Your goat's very nicely presented. Excellent job there. Young lady coming next. Once again, kind of the same story as my second and third place. I just needed you to step off to the side and show me the front of that goat. You do a good job as far as getting it set up and placing. I'd like to change the way you have that head posture just a little bit. You like to get that head really rolled back into him and that nose pointing too vertical for me. I'd like to see that, just that nose and that head and jawline kind of level in a more natural position. And I think we could have maybe moved you up a spot or two. And as we work down this class, the young man next does a very nice job as well. We talked about a couple things, and I see you doing that, and I really appreciate that. He's kept his goat set square, and but once again, just didn't give me that distance when I was looking at the fronts and stuff. We talked to the other individuals. Really nice group out here. Really close placing from top to bottom. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
The winners of 17 to 18 quote senior showmanship are as follows. In 5th place, Zachary Smart. In 4th place, Shayona Johnson. In 3rd place, Billy Brickers. In 2nd place, William Flaherty. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Ross Kuhn.
Just a couple of housekeeping announcements. When you are coming from the barn with your goats, you need to have your face masks on. While you are standing in lineup, you need to have your face mask on. You may remove it as you are entering the ring. To help with proper social distancing, we are asking that the people in the bleachers do not sit on the rows with the blue tape. Please sit with your immediate family members and otherwise observe your mask and social distancing. Thank you.
Now in the ring is 16 through 14 showmanship, Heat 1. Heat 2 on deck.
this particular class. We've got 3 individuals we're going to bring back again, so you guys don't go very far. I think we've got 3 heats of this particular class. These young ladies will come back again and compete once we make some cuts out of the other classes. I had an opportunity to talk to the individuals we just sent out of the ring. A really nice group of showmen. Let's give everybody a big round of applause, and we'll give final reasons once I get the final placing made.
Heat 2 of 16 through 14 is now in the ring. Heat 3 on deck.
really nice class again. We're going to keep these two individuals out here in the middle, and once again, it's not a necessarily a sprint. This is a marathon, and I want to see who can continue to do a good job all the way through. We got several individuals that are going back that I commented that have done a really nice job in certain aspects, and we had a chance to talk about them. But in order to keep our class size down in this final, we're going to keep these two individuals here. But a very nice group of showmen. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Now entering the ring is Heat 3 of Junior Showmanship.
reminder, please do not sit in the rows with the blue tape. Please try to sit in your family groups or maintain social distancing of 6 feet. If you cannot social distance, please put on your face mask. We are also asking, as the day progresses, if you don't have a child in the ring, to exit so family members of children who are in the ring will be able to come in and have a seat. Thank you.
Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Once again, a very tough class. I mean, obviously a very big class. This is our third heat. We're going to keep the individuals out here in the middle. We got some exhibitors out here that really have done a nice job, and it's just a few little differences that split them from whether they go back to the barn or they get to come back out and compete again. But when it comes right down to it for me, I want to see somebody that's very well versed. They don't have to do everything exactly right, but I want to see that if it's not working for them, I want to see them at least making that effort. To me, it's very important that I see every angle of that goat. I want to see that goat kept square to me, in line wherever it is. I'd like to be able to see the front, and then I like to also obviously get a good handle on that goat. But like I said, the big thing is if it's frustrating you and it's not working for you the way you want, stay with it and continue to work. But a very nice class of showmen. We'll bring these all back out for your final drive here in this age division.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know if you know who I am. My name is Mike Lance. I'm the president of the Livestock Committee. We've got a little bit of a problem. We are asking everybody to have their mask on when you're inside the building. We're asking everybody socially distance. We taped off the stands. We need to have space. If you do not have a kid in the ring or a grandkid, we ask that you move on so that we can get the other family members in here. If we cannot do that, we're going to push the bleachers in. Do you understand? We did really well yesterday for the beef show. We're struggling right now. This does not look good. We've got a camera in the building taking video. We got to accommodate the mask. We got to accommodate the social distancing. If I come in here one more time, we're going to be pushing the bleachers in. Okay? Thank you.
First of all, a really nice class, and maybe this isn't my place to say anything, but certainly, folks, nobody likes this current situation. I guarantee nobody likes it any more than I do, and it's a mess. This is not something that your fair board's wanting to do. It's not something that your livestock sale committee's wanting to do. But just last week we attended the OYLE, which is the makeshift, their makeshift or added junior fair for the state, since we didn't have a state fair, and we were only allowed one person per animal or per exhibitor to the show ring. So please, if you could, cooperate with your livestock sale committee. There are other fairs coming up after this, and I'm going to be real honest with you. If we have issues with what's going on, we need to get on the phone. We need to get on sending some letters to our state representatives and that type of thing, because this is not a fair board issue. They're doing what they're being asked, and like I said, they didn't put me up to this, but I have kids that are supposed to show next week, and I would really like them to be able to show, because they've worked all summer really hard with their projects. So if you don't have to be in here right at the moment, let's work with your livestock committee, because I wouldn't want to be in their shoes right now, or the fair board or your extension agent, because they're being asked to do a whole bunch of stuff that just requires a lot of extra work and stress on them. So if we could, let's accommodate them in the best to our ability. With that being said, we got a couple young ladies out here that can just flat get goat showed. These two right here, when they walked in, I knew that they were serious. The young lady that comes out here first, she never has this one out of position. She shows me every angle. This guy's always braced. If I want to handle him, I don't even need to, because you can tell that he is always at attention. He's always set square. She shows me every angle. This guy just floats around the ring when you put him in motion. And he's maybe not the easiest one to show, because if anything, he might be just a tick lower fronted than the goat that's in second. But you do an outstanding job with him. I guess from the time you come out, I knew you were a contender. I didn't know what the other classes had. When we came back out here, to me, you win this fairly handily. Very nice job, young lady. Continue to keep working hard. Don't get complacent now, because this young lady right here is going to push you, I can guarantee you. Young lady, we'll do an air bump. How's that sound? And I don't like that either, because I'm a hands-on guy. I want to be able to interact with these kids. I honestly hate this. This has made it very, very difficult for me to judge the way that I'd like to judge. The young lady here in second, you want to talk about one that once she gets this one done and propped up, this one really looks good. The big difference is there's times where we don't get him set quite as square. When I view him from behind, those back legs are out of position a little bit more than the young lady that beat you in class. You're a little bit more rigid. Maybe don't quite just flow quite as smooth as our class winner, but I tell you what, you can show a goat. So congratulations. Continue to work hard and keep pressing that young lady in front of you, okay? The young man coming next, I tell you what, does a really nice job working around the front of that goat, shows me every angle. We need to set those legs a little better. If we do that, we close that gap on the young lady that beat you here in second. We got a ways to close that gap on the young lady that wins this, but you do a good job of showing him. You do a nice job of getting that doe braced. I'd like to see you keep those legs set square for me, all right? You do that, we can talk maybe a place higher, but you're a really nice job. Congratulations, young man. Next goat here, this showman does an outstanding job. Very smooth and calm, and just really never gives me a bad shot. At times maybe could be a little more aggressive. At times we like to get that free hand on the top line of that goat. If we can keep that off of there, if you need to just kind of do something to relax her, use the neck on your side, or even try to keep that hand just where it's not breaking up that vision. At times, like I said, be a little more aggressive, trying to get that one maybe stuck for me when I go to handle it. But I tell you what, you showed me every angle. I appreciate that. You did a great job. You're extremely smooth. That goat never really fought with you. I really appreciate how smooth you did. And like I said, maybe a little more aggressive, and just maybe a little bit more. We look at the three individuals that beat you, they were able to get a little better brace on their goats. But you did an outstanding job. Congratulations. The young lady next here with this belted wether, she does a really nice job once she gets him propped up. really has one that kind of works for her as far as that front end. Pretty tall front end goat, sets them down pretty square. So that works pretty good in her favor. But one that I'd like to just see you do some of those little things more, I guess, more natural. Some of the showmen that beat you, they just know where they need to go. And you, it looks like you're still thinking about it a little bit more. But you do a very nice job. You always keep them extended up to the front, and I certainly appreciate that. Once again, a very nice job. And at the same point in time, as a judge, I realize that some of these goats have maybe been out to a show before. Some of these goats maybe haven't. Some of these kids have been in the show ring multiple times. And the more you get in the show ring, it's like anything we do in life. The more we do something, the more repetition we have, the more comfortable we're going to get. This may be the only time you get out all year. You do a very nice job. You should be commended for that. The young man coming next with the dairy weather does a really nice job. I thought when we were in class, you really did a great job of getting him set up for me. When we got out here in this final drive, maybe we weren't quite as attentive to detail as far as those leg placement. We got a little bit out of place at times. It's kind of difficult sometimes as when you're analyzing a class. You've got two different kinds of showmen. I don't care what style you use, but if you're going to use that, make sure that everything is just very precise as far as the placement. Make sure that head control is good. And if you're going to stay off of that head, make sure you do that. Show me every angle. Very nice job as well, young man. Young lady coming next with this little Boer weather does a very nice job. She's very cool and calm and collected. You keep the head up on that goat all the time. We need to get those legs set where they need to be, okay? Maybe a little bit more aggressive. Sometimes you kind of look like you may just kind of drift off in terms of your attention to me, but make sure that you know where those legs are. Keep that guy set square for me. Young man coming next, this nice Boer weather down here, does a very good job as well. Maybe not quite as decisive as far as where you need to be and where you want to be. Show me the front of that goat. Keep that guy set up square. Looks like maybe those hooves could use trim just a little bit differently, but one that did a very nice job as well. Very nice class of showmen out here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
The winners of 14 through 16 junior showmanship are as follows. In 5th place is Kylan Schwal. In 4th place is Erica Uplinger. In 3rd place is Trenton Galloway. In 2nd place is Kelsey Snyder. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Maria Kirk. Now in the ring is Intermediate Heat 1.
was told we have 5 heats in this particular age group, and we're going to try to keep that number around 7 or 8 in that final class. I've got one in this particular class I'm going to keep and bring back. That's a young lady out here in the red. So let's bring your goat on over here, please. I think this is extremely close placings out here, and I really think that we got a lot of young people that really did a great job. And for me to sit down and or to walk down through that lineup and tell them all, you know, this or that, they did a nice job. They kept these goats square for me. For the most part, they kept those heads up and those animals under control. I guess what I'm looking for, to me, in showmanship, there's just that little extra show ring presence that you see and maybe in the eyes of somebody when they come walking into the ring. And I think some of it is just their attentiveness. You can see that desire and that fire where they really, really want to be there. And I think the young lady we pulled out certainly has that. Certainly not taking anything away from the exhibitors we got on the rail. You guys did a great job. Your goats are presented extremely good. One of the big things that we're going to work on, and we need to continue to work on, is making sure we got these guys set square, and then maybe just be a little more attentive, a little more aggressive as far as is letting me know that, hey, I'm out here to compete and compete hard. So very nice job, guys. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. We'll bring the young lady back out for the final drive here. once again, a really nice class of showmanship out here. And I guess due to the size of the classes today and everything that's kind of changing in our, I guess, current society, we'll opt this option here where I'll talk from the mic a little bit more. But we've got some showmen out here that certainly do some really nice things. I wanted to comment about a couple of them. The young lady here in the pink and white plaid, she does a very nice job as far as your posture, getting a head up on that goat and doing a good job there. Make sure that you're always paying attention to where those back legs are, but you do a really nice job as far as controlling the front end on that goat and trying to keep him in position for me. The young lady next, once again, does a pretty nice job around the front, keeping that head up on that goat. I'd like to see you step off to the side and show me the front. The young man coming next, probably one of the most persistent as far as getting those legs set up, and I really appreciate that. I'd like to see you do that just a little bit quicker, but one that I really admire the fact that you take the time to want to make sure that they're just perfect. There's nothing wrong with striving for perfection. Sometimes with these animals, we got to try to get them as close as we can and then move on to that next step. Try to keep your free hand off the back of that animal if you can, okay? If you think that helps calm him or helps calm you, maybe just run the inside of the neck not on the side that I'm seeing, just to allow him to relax and you. But you did a very nice job. I appreciate how persistent you were there. The young lady here with the kind of Holstein marked goat, she does a very nice job. She's very attentive and does a very good job. She works extremely hard as well. At times, maybe we set that goat up and stretch it just a little bit. Maybe take your upper body off the top of that goat just a little bit and stand back and give just a little gap between you and the goat. The young man coming here with this little boer weather, really nice job. You did a good job presenting this guy, and I actually thought when we originally come in that you were going to be one of those top 2 or 3, and I still feel that way. I'd like to see you keep that goat stretched out, okay? You do a nice job around the head, but then you forget about where the legs are at. So make sure you keep that goat set up for me all the time. And the young lady up here with the dairy weather does a very nice job as well. The goat's presented extremely well. She really does a very good job. She's really calm and collected. Make sure we keep those set up. Let's make sure we get those feet trimmed on that guy before we come out here. Very nice job out here.
Heat 3 Intermediate is now entering the ring.
Once again, a really nice class of showmen out here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. And there's a couple in this particular class that would have come out of any of the classes before. I think we've got some showmen out here. This is probably far the deepest set that we've had in terms of desire and drive and attitude. And I want to make a couple special mention. The young lady back here with the dairy goat really does a great job as far as setting that one square for me. You keep the head up. You really do a good job of moving around it. I'd like to see you step off to the side, show me that front of that goat. Maybe just be a little bit more intent when you come in. Make sure that you make that initial eye contact with me, and then let me know that, hey, I'm out here to seriously compete. You do a really nice job as far as keeping this one square. You should be very proud of yourself. I honestly, I wish I could bring more back than like 7 or 8 in this final drive, because I got 2 more in this class that would be coming back out of this set. I'm just concerned we're going to get that class too big. But you do a very nice job as well. The young lady next really does a nice job. This goat at times really doesn't want to cooperate. Dramatic little thing. And as I'm more around the goats more and more, I realize what a dramatic little animal they are. And the littlest thing can be like the biggest production ever. So I think they fit into the American society and culture very well. But a goat that you certainly you do a very nice job of keeping that head up. At times I like to see it stretched out just a little bit more, but it's really not wanting to cooperate for you that way today. Young lady here with this big wether does a very nice job. You're really smooth. You do a great job as far as always keeping your composure. You really keep that goat relaxed all the time. I'd like to see you be a little more aggressive, okay? Just a little more intent, and maybe keep that free hand off of that goat. But certainly you do a very nice job. You've obviously taken very, very good care of this guy, and you've presented him very well. The young lady coming next, she's been kind of, I wouldn't say my problem showman, but when you came into this ring, you were coming over. You were staying, for sure, okay? And the longer we went, we just did some things that maybe were some things that I would like to see you done different, okay? And we're going to talk about them. First thing is you're on the other end of that scale. You get so amped up that when you do that, you start to panic a little bit, and I think your goat starts to panic. You've done a great job. I know that you've worked with that goat, and that goat knows you worked with him, but he knows that you're irritated, and he's irritated now too. So there's a direct correlation. They can sense it. I don't know if it's something that goes between the collar or what, but I know, like, when you're showing sheep and when you're showing goats, if you're holding on to an animal in some way, shape, or form, they know when you're stressing, and he sensed it. And the longer he showed, the worse he got. You come in, you do a great job. I love your eye contact. You do a great job there. One thing I'd like to see you change, and if you would have changed this, we could have brought you over. Change your brace position when I'm over here to get your body to the other side, okay? You got a really extended goat that I really like his front end in. That's one thing you kind of want to show off, okay? You got most of that covered up because you're wrapped around this side of him, okay? Show from that side where you're at. You do an outstanding job. You keep working, and I can guarantee you're going to be knocking on their door, okay? You've got the right attitude. You got the right desire, and I can see it in you. But you keep working at it, okay? Young lady next. This one here, what can you say? He just wasn't going to work today, was he? He decided he was going to take the day off and decided as soon as he come in, he was just going to lay down. Thank you for staying composed. That's a very tough thing to do when you've worked all year and you get one shot and you know it, and they don't want to cooperate. It makes it very difficult. It's one thing in order to just keep your own personal affairs in order, but when you got to keep your personal affairs in order and you got to keep the affairs of a goat in order, it can be quite trying. So I commend you for continuing to have a good attitude and continuing to work throughout this class. You've calmed down. I mean, you never got frustrated from what I can see, but the goat has calmed down or gave up, one of the two. But he's standing here. So congratulations for working hard. I appreciate that. I commend that. There's a lot to be said for that. Guys, unfortunately, 4-H teaches sometimes those hard lessons are the ones that you're going to learn and remember the most. A couple of the highlights of my 4-H career are not some that I'm necessarily proud of, but they're ones that I look back and I remember, and those are the ones that build the character. So I thank her for doing a great job and staying with it. We're going to bring these two individuals out again.
Intermediate Heat 4 is now entering the ring.
Once again, a really difficult class. I think our top end is as good as we've had in any class. We got three that are going to come out of any of the divisions we've seen so far, and certainly I think we've got a young lady here that, unfortunately, because of the amount that I'm allowed to bring back, we're going to have to leave her stand. She would have been our fourth one out. She's really does a nice job. She keeps that goat set square. Make sure you show me that front of that goat, okay? But you do a very nice job as well. The young lady coming next, this goat just wanted to fight with you a little bit as far as getting him set up, but you kept a really good attitude, and I certainly appreciate that. Just keep continuing to work at getting those set for me, and really do a nice job as far as just staying calm and composed the whole time. So thank you for that, and congratulations on a very nice job with your project. The young man coming next, once again, does a nice job. Keeps his goat set relatively square. At times, maybe we struggle with where we want to get comfortable with the posture around the head on that goat, but certainly one that has done a very nice job with his project as well. The young man coming next has done an incredibly nice job as far as feeding and fitting and getting this project ready for me. Does a very nice job as far as keeping him square. Make sure you step off to the front and show me the front of that goat when I come around there. But a really nice job. We're going to keep these 3 young ladies. They'll be coming back in here for this, the last heat.
Entering the ring is Heat 5.
These classes are difficult. We got some good showmen out here, and I think we probably, unfortunately, are going to have to leave the best showman in this particular heat maybe stand out here on the rail this time just for the sheer fact that goat won't cooperate, and that's the young lady down there in the purple. this one here, she certainly has that right presence. I tell you what, you command my attention from the time you walk in. That goat's just being a knucklehead today. And unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about it. But it's not fair for me to beat somebody that can keep that goat under control in this situation. I think you do an outstanding job. I wanted to talk to you about it just a minute. You do an outstanding job as far as on the move. I can tell you're serious. You are a showman. I know that. Bad break, bad day. And it stinks because so many times you got 6, 8, 10, 12 months to wait before you get a chance for redemption. And I know I've been there. I know how bad it hurts, and I know what it feels like because I can see the passion in your eyes. I can see the frustration. You got a doggone good goat. Just go get yourself recollected, and we'll have another go here later today. The young lady down there on that end does a really good job. She's really calm and collected and keeps that goat square for me and works really hard. I'd like to see maybe a little more attentive and a little more aggressive about getting that head up and then getting those feet set on that goat up front. The young lady here with kind of the belted goat here in the middle of the dairy goat, one that just need to be a little more aggressive as far as trying to get that feet placement set right. Then I don't know what I can say. The young lady here, how you kept your composure, I don't know, but I commend you. So congratulations on that. You should be commended for that, and maybe you should work with kids someday. I don't know. Literally, like the, but very nice job. And once again, you know, my heart always breaks for these kids because I've either been there or have had kids of my own that have been there. And to me, when you can make it personal, it's hard. And showmanship is one of my favorite classes to judge, but yet my least favorite class because I'm dealing with a kid and their personal ability. I'm not dealing with a goat. When we come out here later, I can roll right through these goats because I either like your goat or I don't. It's your goat. It doesn't have anything to do with you. But when we come out here and we start talking about young people, to me, if we handle them the right way or the wrong way, we can make or break their decision to either do this project again. We can crush them as far as that confidence level goes, and that is never my intention. My intention is to build, but also to understand that, you know, life isn't always fair. Life's not life shouldn't be a trophies for everyone. You should be able to get rewarded for hard work. Sometimes, though, you put that hard work in, and somebody else is going to get that spot someday. They may get that job opening. I don't know. But you know what? 4-H and FFA is a great way to prepare us for that. We got a couple showmen out here that do a really nice job. They've obviously spent a great deal of time working with these projects. They both keep them set up pretty well. Like to see maybe just a little more aggressive, and we like to get our hands on that goat a little bit more than what I like. But I tell you what, a really nice class and age group here. Let's give these kids all a big round of applause. Young lady, we'll bring you back here in this final drive. Really, really nice set of showmen out here. I think whenever you can tie into a class and have this kind of depth and quality as a judge, it makes you really, really happy. I think we've got some young ladies up here in this top 5 that we probably could have sorted, actually 6 that we probably could have sorted any way and justified it. But to me, I think we've got a trio of showmen that when I look at it from a total body of work standpoint, I think we have 3 that come to the top. We're different in terms of our style and our types, and maybe even the fact of the young lady's black-headed weather here maybe isn't wanting to cooperate the greatest here at the end, but she's staying with him. And I think for me, when I talk about show ring presence, this young lady right here is the one that captures it as well as anybody has so far today. She commands your attention from the time she walks in that ring. She knows that she's going to make you at least aware of her, whether you're going to use her or not. I know that she's here and means business. Not over the top, but she looks at me with that confidence. She has that air about her, and she gets out and she moves that goat incredibly well, probably as well as anybody on the move. When you get him stuck and set, he looks really, really good. At times, maybe the front leg, pay attention to where we're at as far as position, but you do an excellent job. And to me, first impressions are huge. So when you make that really good first impression, it'll help you when things get a little tough. And she had to work hard here at the end. Now, maybe I give her a little bit of I want to say a free pass, but she was the lead goat up here. And anybody that showed livestock, the hardest place to be in the show ring is at the beginning of the line. And what I get frustrated sometimes as judges, either when my kids are showing or other kids, is when we got one up at the front of the line that's behaved well all day, and all of a sudden we stick them up there in no man's land, and they get a little antsy, and then we don't give them benefit of the doubt. This young lady does a stellar job. You could show for me any day. And young lady here in second, same goes for you. I tell you, one that really does a great job as far as getting that one gathered up. At times, I'd like to see you go back and just take that hand and set that back leg instead of relying on pushing him. But one that really does a great job is presentation from the side. You do an excellent job on the profile. You do a great job on the move. I think you're just a nickel smoother than the young lady we got coming here in third. The young lady here in third, I tell you what, let's put our hands together for her. She's kind of you're kind of the odd man out here with the dairy weather. And let's face it, guys, I don't care how good a showman you are, you're never going to make this goat look like the goats on either side of her. It's not going to happen. But this young lady does a stellar job. I think the one thing I'd like to see you do is maybe just, you on the other hand are almost amped up just a little bit too much. Slow those movement down just a little bit. Maybe change your positioning, how you get around to those front legs. But I tell you what, you did an outstanding job. That goat was never out of place. You were always on time of where you were at. You always knew where I was at. And I think that's what separated our top 3. When I got out here to this final 5 heat, when I'd step in front, my top 3 always knew where I was at, responded immediately, showed me the front of that animal. And to me, that is something that I'm a stickler on, because I want you to know where I'm at. Don't have to stare me down, but know where I'm at and what I'm doing and what I want to see. I think a very nice job. Young lady here in fourth. Yeah, let's give her another round of applause here. Huh? We're not supposed to. I'm sorry, but congratulations. Young lady coming here in fourth does a very, very nice job as well. When she gets this one collected, she does as nice a job as anybody from the side. I think maybe she lets her level of frustration with him show just a little bit here at the end. He's maybe not wanting to cooperate with her quite the way she wants him to. We could have moved you up a spot or two real easy if you showed me that front. I'll give you a couple occasions, and both times I come around and you were the young lady behind you were the last to show me. I want to make sure that you know where I'm at, but a very nice job as well. The young lady coming next, I want to give her some credit. She's probably got, besides the dairy weather, she's got probably the hardest goat in the show to get exhibited, just from the sheer fact that this guy's got some really cool pieces, but they're not all tied together. Okay, he wants to come out behind that shoulder, and the best of her ability, she keeps him presented. She does a great job on the move. Once again, I think next to our class winner, you probably have as nice a show ring presence of anybody in here. Great eye contact, great confidence when you come in. We missed some of those little things when we got over here on the final drive, okay? But you did a great job with a goat that's really relatively hard to show. The top line just don't want to stay in that guy. But you really did an excellent job, and I tried to take that into consideration, but you did an excellent job. Congratulations, young lady. Young lady coming with the white weather here, once again, does an exceptional job as well. In many fairs, I'd be tickled to death if I had one showman this good I could use in a lot of the shows that I do. This class is exceptionally deep. You folks ought to be really proud of your young people that are out here in this class. Very, very competitive class here. I really look forward to getting them back out here later. Make sure you know where I'm at and showing me that front. You're a little bit slower as far as getting that one set in comparison to the 5 that beat you today, okay? But I love you got good drive, you got good attentiveness, and you certainly do a very, very nice job. 2 young ladies coming next. You guys just run into a tough class. You made it out of 5 heats. You made it back into the finals. So your final 8 out of what? Almost 40 kids. Keep your head up, okay? Keep working. The one thing I'd like to see both of you do is be a little more aggressive. We got to be a little quicker to getting these guys set. We got to be a little more attentive as far as where those legs are at, and make sure you give me that good look when you first come in the ring. Make that eye contact initially so that I know that you're serious about this, and it's easier for a judge to continue to go back to that, okay? Very nice job for all you. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
The intermediate showmanship winners are as follows. In 5th place, Abby Snyder. In 4th place, Hadley Williams. In 3rd place, Elenia Stone. In 2nd place, Marin Lance. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Reese Kirk. Now in the ring is Heat 1 of beginner.
Again, welcome to the 2020 Richland County Fair Goat Show. Just as a couple of reminders, when you are entering the show arena, you need to have your masks on inside the building. Please only sit on the bleachers without the blue stripe. And to make sure we can maintain social distancing, if you do not have a child in the ring or coming to the ring, please exit so other people can come in and have spaces to sit. Thank you.
Get to this age and it becomes really fun and really challenging at the same time. I think in this particular class, we have 6 really good showmen. And if I understand right, when I have a class of 6 and a class of 4, that I need to bring back enough to place 5. And in order to do that, it makes it kind of difficult because I want to make sure that I don't shortchange anybody in this first class. So I think what we're going to do in this particular class, I guess I'll say that here in a minute, but I do want to make a couple comments. The kids, I think, did a really nice job. You guys have all got your goats under control. They're all presented very nice. They look like they've been taken well care of, and a very nice job here this first year. The difference between the 4 that I'm going to pull out and the 2 that are going to go back to the barn is the difference is the fact of keeping those legs set square for me and those heads up on those goats. And the ones we're going to keep out of this particular class are actually going to be the 4 dairy weathers, or the 4 dairy market goats. So let's bring the 4 dairies over here, please. The 2 boars will be going back. You guys did a very nice job, but I just like to see you keep those feet set up for me. But you did a great job. You're really positive, super. Look like you're super enthused to be out here, and I think that's the most important part. If you enjoy what you're doing, you'll never work a day in your life. So stay positive, keep working at it, and continue to watch some of these older kids. The way that they set and place these legs will help you a little bit as far as getting done what you want to do. But a very nice class. Congratulations to all of them. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Now in the ring is Heat 2 of beginner showmanship.
I think one of the most important thing in terms of fairness and in terms of getting out and evaluating these animals is understanding that there's differences within a species. And with that being said, we've got some differences out here, and these young people, I don't know that they always do it perfect. Honestly, right now, young lady, I wish you were on the other side of that goat. But it is a long day, and these masks make your vision and your thought process get a little cloudy after a while. But I tell you what, I think we've got some individuals out here that do an outstanding job, and I think in this top 8, for that matter, we've got some really good showmen. But I think what I touched on earlier is the fact that I think it's very important as judges that we recognize and we respect the different aspects and divisions and differences within a species. The young lady showing a dairy doe here, and she is doing a fabulous job. This doe is never out of position. She's extremely calm and collected. She keeps herself in good position with that goat. And with the exception of right now when you were on this side, you've always maintained the proper position for me. That goat's feet and legs are set extremely well. You do a great job of moving that animal and keeping him in position. And I think you need to be rewarded and recognized in such a matter because you do an outstanding job at your craft. Are you as good of a power showman maybe as the young lady that's in second? Probably not. But you're showing a completely different type of goat here. And I think it's important that we recognize that. You do an outstanding job doing what you do. So congratulations. The young lady coming next, I'm certainly not taking anything away from her because I tell you what, I think she might be one of the feistiest ones out here just to watch her. She really has good drive, and she works really hard at getting this weather. One that's a nice one to show. He's built right. He's good at the ground, and she does a good job of pulling him together. At times we get a little unsure where we want to put our hand placement around there. And at times, once again, I'd like to see you on the other side of that goat right now too. But really good job. We're talking beginners here, folks. I get into some senior showmanship classes at some fair that don't have the quality that we see here in this top 3 or 4. So I think you guys should be very proud of what these young people are doing out here. The young lady coming next with the dairy weather, once again, does a very, very nice job. I think maybe just at times you get a little unsure of where you want to go with that front foot placement. Not so much where you want to go, but maybe the method that you go about it. I'd like to see you maybe switch and use the opposite hand at times to set those legs. A couple times almost look like maybe you kind of almost backhanded it to put them in position. But one that you want to talk about, one that really has a knowledge of where this one needs to set square, you do an outstanding job. You should be commended for that. Congratulations, young lady. The young lady next with this cape weather. Maybe some things are a little unorthodox about how she goes about doing some things, but I tell you what, this one has the show ring presence that I'm looking for when she walks in the ring. She made that immediate eye contact with me. She said, "Hey, Judge, I'm serious. I want to do well here," and you do a really good job. One thing I'd like to see you do is pay a little more attention to those back legs. That goat, I think, would look a little bit better yet if you'd extend those back legs back just a little bit and get those to where those legs are running perpendicular to the ground. So stretch her out just a little bit, or stretch them out just a little bit more, and we could have maybe moved you up a spot. Because I love your presence when you come into the ring. You really do a great job, and I know you mean business. So congratulations, young lady. The young lady here with this black-headed doe is going to get my hard working award for the day. There's a lot to be said for that. Is she maybe as thorough as far as getting feet placement as where the ones behind her are? When this doe cooperates, yes, she is. If this doe cooperates, I see this young lady being up at least 2 spots in this class. But I think some people would have wrote her off right away. And I tell you what, I don't deserve that. To me, I think there's a lot to be said for hard work. You put yourself in a circumstance it's not going good, and you keep the right frame of mind and the right attitude, and you work hard, you need to be rewarded for that. And she certainly did that. And that's why we're going to use her in the 5th hole. I think she certainly is capable of doing better than that if this rascal would cooperate with her, but that's just not happening today. But I want to reward her for that hard work, and she certainly has done that. Let's give her a big round of applause. Then we got a young man coming next with his dairy weather, and once again, he's just super smooth, calm, cool, doesn't get frustrated by anything, this goat works with him really well. Maybe be a little bit more aggressive, okay? At times, just show me a little bit more seriousness when you first walk in, and try to keep that head up on that goat at times. And I think that's what can kind of trickle down to the next couple. We've got some really good showmen from first to eighth in this class, and it's just a matter of a little bit of intensity is the difference between separating the top end from the bottom end. Let's give these kids all a big round of applause.
The winners of beginner showmanship are as follows. In 5th place, Sienna Kennison. In 4th place, Kendall Thomas. In 3rd place, Shiloh Walter. In 2nd place, Tinley Cook. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Zoe Kuhn.
I understand this is the first year showing goats, and I think we've got 6 exhibitors out here that do a really good job. They may have thought this is a crazy idea after they've showed them, but I think they certainly did a really, really nice job from top to bottom. And I think all of them showed us some things that they learned. The young lady up here with the belted doe, one that I think really does a nice job. I think she works the hardest as far as getting this one set up. You can take her on out. Works the hardest at getting her set up. I think she has the best show ring presence about her. She certainly knows what she wants to get done. Whether that goat always does it or not, that's another thing, but she worked extremely hard. I always had herself in the best position possible. The young man coming next with the dairy weather, I think probably the next best in terms of that head posture of that goat. Does a nice job as far as controlling that. We did a really good job as far as keeping feet set until we got right here to the end. We could have made it a little closer if we would have been a little more attentive of where those feet and legs were. Same goes for the young man here in third. Once again, does a pretty nice job of getting out and moving around here. Knows where I'm at, switches sides well. But once again, those feet and legs just got a little bit out of position as we got out here in this final lineup. As we move down to the young man next, does a nice job as far as keeping this one in position. I'd like you see you switch around the front too. I like to never go in behind that animal if you can. Good chance to lose control. But certainly one that he does a very nice job. He's taking very good care of his project and get him to this point. The young lady's coming next. We had a little bit of difficulty when we first come in. You've calmed down and settled down, and you're doing a very nice job now. You're keeping them in position and getting those legs set. It's a whole different ball game showing goats than a lot of other species. So thanks for being brave. It takes a lot of nerve to come out here and do this. So thank you guys for coming out. Very nice class.
The winners of Novice B Showmanship are as follows. In 5th place, Macy Smith. In 4th place, Jacob Williams. In 3rd place, Samuel Uhl. In 2nd place, Corey Myers. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Maddie Perkins. Now in the ring is Novice A Heat 1.
This is kind of a challenging deal here because if I understand right, we've got nine goats in this, or 9 exhibitors in this novice class. We're going to place 5. Well, there's a very good possibility I could keep 2 out of here and find out that there's should have been 3 or 4. So what I'm going to do is we're going to talk about these just a little bit. I'm going to dismiss these back. And then what we're going to do is I'll ask Randy just to hold them there for me. And then I will bring the other 4 in. We'll evaluate those 4. And then I'll bring back the ones that I want to bring out of there. So if we could you guys just kind of stay tight out here, okay? Because I want to make sure that I have the right 5 in the top 5. It's not fair to you guys if I don't. And I want to make sure that's where we need to be. But with that being said, we've got a really nice group of novice out here. We've got 2 out here showing some boards, really do a nice job of getting those feet set in place for me. And then we got some up here with some dairy, and they're really doing a nice job as far as being calm and collected and really doing a nice job. So a very nice group out here. So we're gonna go ahead and dismiss them. Let's hold them tight here to the rail if we could. Right there. Okay. Please just go down there and line up down there with Douglas, and then we will try to work through this other class relatively quickly. So I apologize, guys, but I know we're only supposed to have 7 or 8 out here. So. Okay, so I apologize once again because of the restrictions. We're supposed to have a class size of 8 at the most, so it's kind of made this a little bit of a cluster out here. So we're going to keep these 2 individuals here back. I'd like the 2 individuals with the boer goats down there to come back, and the young lady in the purple on my left. The young man in the red, come on down here. These will be my 5 that are going to go for our top 5. Certainly, it's kind of a little bit difficult when we get to this age. We've got a lot of inexperience. Some of them are nervous. Some of them are really calm. I'd like them just to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe at getting those feet set for me, the ones that we're sending back. But we're going to work with the ones that we have out here. A very nice job. Let's give them a big round of applause. Really a nice class of beginners out here, and I think the one thing that I'm going to encourage all of them to do is maybe just a little more focus and a little more intensity at times. The focus intensity, one of the group is going to win this class. I think she does a really nice job. She continues to work really hard all the way through. At this age, I certainly don't expect them to be perfect. I just want to see that desire to try to get the job done. As we move into second, a really smooth, calm young lady. She gets that goat set square. At times you let it run up on the one in front of you just a little bit too much. But certainly you do a nice job of getting it set up square. Young man, if you'd work just a little harder out here up front here and get them legs set, we could have used you in the second spot real easy. But we got just a little bit relaxed up there and kind of lost a spot or two. The young lady with the dairy goat here does a nice job. Make sure you pay attention to where those back legs are and just stay attentive to where you're at. You do a great job moving around that animal. I just like to see it set square just a larger portion of the time. And the young lady here with the red weather, one that really does a nice job. It's very nicely presented, and she certainly worked with him. I'd just like to see you be a little more aggressive in trying to get that animal set up for me and that head up on that animal.
The winners of Novice A Showmanship are as follows. In 5th place, Lexa Gano. In 4th place is Jillian Atkins. In 3rd place, William Fry. In 2nd place, Kylie Gano. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Reagan Kleeman. Currently in the ring is pro showmanship. All breeding animals need to be on deck. We will be taking a 20-minute break after breeding animals.
Just an outstanding class out here, and let's give these kids one real big round of applause. Really fine set of showmen today, and I apologize if some of it taking a little bit longer, but I like to spend some time with the showmanship, and I think we've got a powerful set of showmen, and I think we've got a pair of showmen out here that can go anywhere and compete, and I think we've got 4 or 5 in this class that can do just that as well. Some differences in terms of types and kinds. I'll be honest, normally I like to switch animals on these in showmanship. I think it's one way for me to be able to take something that maybe is a little bit of a structural issue with one and give that other person the opportunity to either fix it or to see if that exhibitor is really doing a superb job and covering up what something that maybe I'm not seeing, or it just gives kids different opportunities. When you start a year and you pick a project, you certainly try to pick the optimum one you can for your budget. Well, sometimes those things maybe don't turn out or pan out exactly the way you want. Maybe you run into some structural issues. So I like to switch them around. But due to the fact that we are live and we are in a situation where I'm not even supposed to give handshakes, that I didn't know that today would be the right day for me to be switching livestock on people. I don't want to get you all in trouble, and I certainly, I don't want to set the wrong precedents either. I do want to give each kid every opportunity they possibly can have. The young lady we're going to start with, to me, she's got a relatively nice one to show. He's put together well. But the thing is you just really don't miss too many spots. Occasionally I can catch maybe a leg just a little bit out of position, but you are never out of position in terms of where you are in relation to that goat and me. You have an excellent amount of show ring presence when you walk into that ring. You command my attention as far as knowing that you're here to compete, and I certainly appreciate that. You never give me a bad look on that goat, and he can be a little bit difficult because he's not, I wouldn't call him a low-fronted goat, but he's not tall-fronted by any means. So you work really hard at keeping him in position. I think what separated our first pair is when I moved them up side by side. I did my lap around. You were flawless in terms of your movement around that animal, and you always hit those spots right on. Certainly does a very nice job there. The young lady here in second does an awesome job as well, and as she can really get this one propped up and driving. This one's built a little different. He's a lot taller at the point of that shoulder. He's maybe not quite as correct in terms of that top line, but she does an excellent job of getting him propped up and shown for me. She sets him good on all 4 corners, and I'm going to guess that maybe he's not working quite as good as you want him to today. I'm guessing that there was a couple times he missed some spots, and it probably cost you a little bit because you were trying to get him back into position and get those legs set. I understand that. You worked extremely hard. You do an awesome job, and like I said, to have 2 showmen of this caliber at the top end of a county fair, I think you guys should be very proud of the group of kids you have out there. Certainly taking nothing away from Stretch out here. This guy here, he's worked his tail off. And you want to talk about something that's difficult to do, and that's to be 6'4" and look graceful. Okay? You've done a very good job. You're attentive. You've got good show ring presence. You're bringing Dairy Goat out on top of it. And you know where he needs to be. You know what spots you need to hit. The biggest thing is it's just a matter of smoothness at this point. And unfortunately, there's nothing you're going to do about that, buddy. I mean, there's just not much you can do. I guess if I'm going to fault the way you presented that dairy to me is at times I'd like to see you try to find a way to get that top line straightened up just a little bit, okay? And then also just maybe break those motions down a little bit. Just try to make them more fluid. I also understand. I got 3 boys. And I got one that, his theory is he's going to run through everything, Well, sometimes it's hard to put grace into that, okay? You've got to deal with what you got. The good Lord made you tall. You got to figure out, be thankful for it, because there's a lot of guys that are this tall, wish they were tall. But in this situation, it makes it really difficult. You did a fine job dealing with what you had to deal with to get this goat showed, and really didn't miss too many spots. So I commend you on that. Excellent job. Young lady coming next here with this black-headed wether. Let's give him a round of applause. Young lady here with this black-headed wether. I think as far as intensity and show ring presence, I told you earlier, I think you're as good as anybody. It's a matter of dealing with a few of those little minor details And then this guy didn't really want to cooperate with you, especially when we went non-show side. Just take a deep breath and let him relax, okay? A lot of times we'll get that one front leg a little bit out of position, but they need to be aware of you, very aware, because I feel like you're coming for them, okay? So you just keep working, work hard, all right? Very nice job. The young lady down here with this little dairy goat, very nice job as well. Like I said, you want to talk about one that always had it set on all four corners for me. You did a very nice job. Maybe relax just a little bit. You seem you're very at attention all the time. Relax a little bit in your movement. But young lady, you do an outstanding job. You continue to work hard. You're just going to continue to move up and continue to do good things. The young lady next, she come out of our novice senior division. For a first time showing a goat, I commend you. You did a very nice job. It's a rough thing to come out maybe at this age and do something for the first time. It takes a lot of guts, and you did a really nice job. Big thing is just getting familiar with what you're doing. Feet placement is huge. Make sure that them feet are down. You do a nice job controlling that head. I commented that in class. You did a very nice job there. And then your young lady coming next, coming out of our novice division. Once again, I don't want you to be discouraged standing out here and standing towards the end of the line, because you're out here with some really, really high caliber showmen. You continue to work hard. Ask most of these people. I know that there's people standing around this ring that are more than willing to pour into the young people here and help them get better, because most of us, that's what we want. When we see somebody that's hungry to do something and do it right, we're glad to offer advice. Take that advice, figure out what you can use, and make it work for you. Very nice job, young lady. Let's give her a big round of applause. Excellent, says showman.
The winners of Pro Showmanship are as follows. In 5th place, Zoe Kuhn. In 4th place, Reese Cook. In 3rd place, Ross Kuhn. In 2nd place, Savannah Harriman. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Mariah Cook. Now entering the ring is Dairy Breeds Junior Kids.
I think a close placing here in this junior doe class. I think we've got two that are very nice quality does, and just a few differences that I see. I think our class winner has just got a little bit more volume and capacity to her. One that I think when we look at her, she's a little more angular and neat about that front end. I think she carries out pretty nice out to that hip, and certainly is very feminine about her makeup. Certainly taking nothing away from our second place doe, one that I don't think is maybe quite as strong in her top line maybe quite as opened up in terms of that rib, but certainly one that you have to appreciate a lot of things about. Both those are very feminine, very attractive females from the side.
Now coming into the ring is Dairy Breed's senior kids.
In this particular class of dairy does, we've got 2 does, and obviously there's a little bit difference in terms of size and scale, and maybe perhaps in terms of age as well. But we're going to start with a real youthful, really feminine kind of a doe that I certainly like in terms of some thickness that she has, but I think she presents just a little bit nicer, more balanced package. When we start talking soundness in feet and legs, I think she's better off of those back legs. I like the way she tracks better. She's definitely sounder about her mouth today. Our doe here in second, I think we can make this a little closer. This gal wants to get a little bit off on those back legs, and I don't know if it's maybe a hoof management issue, but one that I'd like to see her handle those back pasterns better. And then she wants to miss that pad just a little more, and I like when we start talking that mouth. Certainly a very nice pair of does here as well.
Now in the ring is Dairy Breed's dry younglings, yearling. We will be taking a 20-minute intermission between breeding and market. The winner of Dairy Breeds Junior Kid are as follows. In second place, Mariko Samantha. And in first place, congratulations to Taylor Breedlove. The winners of Dairy Breeds Senior Kid are as follows. In second place, Alexandria Pace, and in first place, and congratulations to Grace Rodman.
Very nice class of yearling dry dairy does out here. We're going to start with the young man's doe here closest to me. One that I think is the nicest balanced in the class. One that I think still pretty feminine up to that front. Sound in terms of that structure. I think good in terms of just her overall build. Our one here in second, the young lady's by far one of the most extended and feminine up to that front. One that maybe today I'd just like to see just a little bit more natural width. And I know that we're dealing with dairy, but this one here is just maybe a nickel on the thinner side. And I know that we're comparing completely different things as far as, when we start talking our market animals versus our dairies. But I'd like to see her just maybe with just a little bit more width as well. Without a doubt, the thickest doe in the class, and one that certainly has some width and some rib and some doability is a young man's doe here. Maybe not quite as attractive or feminine or maybe as good down those lines, but a very nice doe in her own right. And the doe coming in here in fourth, one that I probably could move up to that third spot. I'd like to make her sounder about her mouth today, but a very nice class of dry yearling dairy.
The results for Dairy Breeds Dry Yearling are as follows. In fourth place, Taylor Breedlove. In third place, Nathan Kaufman. In second place, Elena Stone. And in first place, and congratulations to Hayden Newmeyer. Now entering the ring is Dairy Breeds Junior Doe.
nice pair of does out here. I think we're going to start with one that I think is maybe just a little hardier, a little nicer balanced kind of a doe. One that they're maybe like to make that left half just a little bit more uniform with the right. I guess when we study her in terms of that udder placement, but certainly one that I do like, and the way she's built and constructed. She's sound. She's good on those feet and legs. She's certainly in decent flesh. The young lady's doe here in second, one that is extremely full right at the moment, to the point she's uncomfortable to walk. She's very uniform from both sides of that. In terms of that udder, I just need to change her a little bit structurally for me to move her any higher today.
The winners of Dairy Breeds Junior Doe are as follows. In second place is Sarah Moracourt. In first place, and congratulations to Taylor Breedlove. Now in the ring is Dairy Breeds Mature Doe, 3-year plus.
Very nice doe in this single entry class. In this mature doe, one that's got some volume and some capacity. Seems to be good on those feet and legs, and sound about that mouth. The udder and teat placement seem to be pretty good. Very nice kind of a female here in this single entry class.
The winner, and congratulations to Nathan Kaufman for winning the Dairy Breeds Mature Doe 3-year plus. Now entering the ring is Dairy Breeds Age Mature Doe 5 plus.
Really nice class of aged does here that are in milk. We certainly have a nice one to start with, one that I like a great deal up to that front end. She's extremely elegant and elevated, and certainly very angular in terms of her design. Udder and teat placement for, I believe, we 5? How old are we? 5 plus. to get to this age and still maintain udder quality and teat quality like that, I think is extremely well, or extremely good. A very nice kind of a female to start this class with. As we move into second, one that just maybe gives up a little bit in terms of confirmation to our class winner. But once again, one that I think is pretty nice in her own regards. Maybe not quite as neat about that udder at this stage in her life, but one that you certainly have to appreciate. A very nice pair of does out here.
The winners of dairy breeds aged mature doe 5+ are as follows. In second place, Taylor Breedlove, and in first place, and congratulations to Hayden Newmeyer. Now entering the ring is Dairy Breeds champion Drive.
Let's put our hands together for these young people. Really nice group of dairy does out here, and I think whether we start with our junior and move all the way up here to this mature doe on this end, I think these kids should be very proud of the group that they brought out. I think something that I think has always been kind of wears on me a little bit is a lot of these kids that bring the market animals out, they get all the attention. And I tell you what, these young people out here, this is a very intensive project. From not only the fact that they're caring for these animals year round, but they're also tied to them to make sure that they're getting milk morning and night to make sure that those udders remain sound and those females remain productive. So I want to commend each and every one of you that brought a dairy goat out. And it's always kind of objective or subjective, I guess, but whether you always agree with a judge or not, I'm very proud of you guys for bringing a really nice set out. I think they're very uniform. They're pretty nice. They're good in terms of their lines. They're feminine. I think they're good enough in terms of the udder quality. But to me, I think when we get out here and we study one, I think for her age, I think she's just really good. She's made right. She's still very elegant and feminine. I think that udder placement is still really, really correct. And that is going to be your 5-year-old and older doe. She's going to be your champion doe today. I think one that has just shown over time our productiveness. We could go with one of the younger ones, but it's certainly, I think this one here is just a really nice quality female. If we could have the second place from that class, I'd appreciate it. I know it's sometimes kind of difficult when you get somebody that brings out multiple good ones. It's very difficult. As a judge, you certainly like to see kids get a piece of the pie, but I think when you come down for reserve, my reserve is going to be out of our class 3. It's going to be the dry yearling there. I think one that's just really good in terms of those feet and legs. One that's really nice in terms of her structure. Very feminine in her type, and just very nice in terms of her build. One that I would look for great things out of this one as well. Very nice group of dairies out here. Let's give these kids a big round of applause that they so deserve. A very nice job, guys. Thank you for bringing them out today.
Your reserve dairy breed reserve champion is Hayden Newmeyer's dry yearling. And congratulations to your dairy breed grand champion, Hayden Newmeyer's mature doe. Now entering is Dairy Breed's mother-daughter.
Very nice pair out here in this single entry mother-daughter class. Certainly two does that you certainly can appreciate the quality. They're long and they're level, and they're certainly long out through that hip, and a very nice pair in this single entry class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to Taylor Breedlove for winning the Dairy Breed's mother and daughter. Now in the ring is Dairy Breed's mother and daughter, year 1.
Really close placing out here. We're going to go ahead and use the young men goats up here on my right. Ones that I think are very nice. They're very uniform. You can obviously see the relationship there between mother and daughter, and I think both are very solid does. Certainly taking nothing away from our second place. This gal really appears to be milking hard, and she's pulled down quite a little bit. One that I'd like to see just a little bit stouter in her makeup, just to increase that durability over time. But a very nice pair to start this class.
The winners of Dairy Breed's mother and daughter first year are as follows. In second place, Taylor Breedlove, and in first place, and congratulations to Nathan Kaufman. Now entering the ring is Meat Breed's senior kid.
little bit closer placing maybe than what it would look like from the rail. I think we've got some differences in terms of type and kind out here, and I think to me to try to find a combination doe to bring it to the top, it gets a little bit challenging in this class. I've got a doe here that to me is extremely thick and powerful. She's rugged in her construction. I guess I'd like to make her a little more feminine for my liking. But this one here is super stout. She's super blown apart. She's got a tremendous amount of weather-making potential there. Like I said, I'd like to see her a little more feminine up to that front end. But I think when we get back and really study her, she's a logical choice to win this class. Just in terms of her balance, she does balance out well. She's got a tremendous amount of product in her. And to me, she's attractive enough. We're going to go with the attractive enough with a ton of power over the real attractive with not enough power. And that's what we got here in our second place doe. This one, in my opinion, when she wants to cooperate with the young man, gets out and moves better than most of them in the class. She's a little easier in that top line. She gives up the most muscle of the top three. But this one is very feminine in her design. She's going to need to be mated with a buck that's very terminal in terms of his shape and his look. The one here in third, really, I guess, just to look at him once the young ladies get him set up, maybe I wouldn't even separate her in the first place, other than the fact that I really need to loosen this one up in terms of her spine. I need to loosen her up in terms of that flex off of both ends. When we put her in motion, she gets substantially deeper than the other two through that chest and that breastplate, one that I'd like to just make her more feminine. She's got all kinds of muscle and power. I just think that she's almost too tight wound maybe to be as functional as a female as the two that we have standing above her. And our fourth place one, maybe just a little bit younger, just gives up too much in terms of muscle and shape and design today to get around the ones above her. But a nice class of breeding does.
The winners from Meat Breed's Senior Kid are as follows. In fourth place, Alexandria Pace. In third place, Madison Boyer. In second place, Brandon Lewis. And in first place, and congratulations to Olivia Culler. Currently entering the ring is Meat Breed's Dry Yearlings.
really big old massive broody doe here to start the class with, one that I certainly like in terms of her volume of rib and her capacity. She's got a tremendous amount of product. She's still maintaining enough cleanliness and feminine through the front end there. One that you certainly have to appreciate. Very nice kind of a doe to start this class with. Our second place doe, I think, most closely follows her. She's longer down her top line. She's a little bit leveler in her makeup than our third place doe. One that just gives up some muscling to our class winner. And as we move down here to this the black belted doe, one that you certainly appreciate. She's very interesting and feminine through that front. She just needs to be straighter in her lines. I'd like to give her a little more width and dimension.
The winners of Meat Breed's Dry Yearling are as follows. In third place, Cassie Kleeman. In second place, Alexandria Pace. And in first place, Sienna Kennison. Now in the ring is Meat Breed's Junior Doe.
This age doe class, certainly a very balanced, very functional kind of a female. One that appears to have just gotten done raising some, and she's a little maybe down in terms of that condition, but one that I think is good enough in terms of her makeup, and she's got a nice maternal look to her. Very nice kind of a female in this age class.
Congratulations to Michaela Crawford for winning the Meat Breed's Junior Doe. Now entering is Meat Breed's Age Mature Doe 5+.
This age doe 5+, certainly a very long-bodied kind of a female. One that I'd like maybe just see a little bit more capacity and a little bit more natural thickness and muscling down that top for being in the meat division. But one that you certainly have to appreciate for her length of spine and her extension.
Congratulations to Hayden Newmeyer for winning the Meat Breed's Age Mature Doe 5+. Now entering is Meat Breed's Champion Drive. After this, we will take a 20-minute intermission until we start market.
Little smaller show like this, it's easy to kind of remember what I handled in classes and to look at them. It's pretty really pretty simple with them being peeled off and slick hided. To me, I think we've got one out here that kind of combines what I'm looking for the best of anything, and that's going to be our Class 1 winner up there, the young doe. One that I think is the most balanced, and I think she's the most correct in her kind in her build. I commented in class I'd maybe like to make her a little more feminine, but this one here's got a tremendous amount of product, and she does it in a pretty nice kind of a balanced package. We'll take a minute here and look at our second place as it comes in. I think for your reserve, it gets a little closer. I think we start to have to look at the doe kid that we just brought in, and then the yearling doe standing right behind her. The yearling doe super big and broody and massive. One that I'd just like to make her a little more attractive. The doe kid is super feminine. She's very youthful in her type and her kind. She's good on those feet and legs. I'd like to give her just a tick more shape down that top. But I've always said whether I'm dealing with the goats or dealing with the sheep, it's a lot easier to put a shot of muscle in them than is to pretty them up. And so I'm going to take a chance here, and I'm going to go with the doe kid. I think one that you could give a shot of muscle and make her really good, but she's really nice in terms of her design. Maybe wants to get a little high over that jump, but she's certainly fighting a young man a great deal. Very nice pair of does to be your champion in reserve here.
The Meat Breed Reserve champion is Brandon Lewis with his senior kid. And congratulations to the Meat Breed's grand champion, Olivia Culler, with her senior kid. We will be taking a 20-minute break, and when we come back, we will be starting with non-sale market dairy goats.
If Sebastian Jones is in the building, Sebastian Jones, would you please come to the announcer stand up here? Sebastian Jones.
Yeah. We will be starting with the Market Dairy Goat show in a few moments. We will be playing the national anthem ahead of that. Just a couple reminders as we work through these market classes. When you're entering the building, you do need to have your masks on. We are asking that you do not sit on the bleachers with the blue tape. Please try to sit with immediate family members and social distance from others. As we work through the classes, if you do not have a child in the class or coming up, please exit the arena so other people have a chance to come in and sit down and watch their family members. Thank you.
Ladies and currently in the ring, we have the Dairy Market Goats non-sale class. Class 1, you are on deck. Class 2, you are in the hole.
Closer.
We're in an underweight class here, but certainly some quality up here at the top of the class. The young lady's goat we're going to start with, I think one that's probably close to making weight, but certainly pretty good conformationally, and certainly she's done a nice job of getting him fed. Unfortunately, we're just a little pounds light right now. Same goes for a young lady here in second, one that I'd just like to see a little more muscling when I step in behind, but one that certainly she's done a nice job with as well. As we move down to class, we just run into ones that just they just simply need some more time on feed. We got a couple, I think, down here at the bottom that maybe we had a little bit of coccidia in, and that we need to make sure that we get that addressed. That certainly would have helped a lot as far as getting them to where they needed to be weight-wise.
The results for non-sale class are as follows. In 5th place, Olivia Barley. In 4th place, Gracie Rodman. In 3rd place, Ella Keller. In 2nd place, Sophia Gano. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Libby Baker.
Right now we have Class 1 in the ring, Class 2 you are on deck, and Class 3 you are in the hole. This is just a reminder, please do not sit on the blue lines on the bleachers, and if your kid is not in the ring, please exit the show arena. Thank you.
I think one that, to me, kind of surfaces to the top of the class pretty nice. Young man's done a nice job of getting this one fed and finished for this particular frame size. Very correct in terms of that condition in comparison to the rest of the goats in the class. Very nice one to start this class off with. As we get in here in a second, a very extended kind of a goat here. This guy I'd like to just see a little bit better right up through that rack, right behind those shoulders. But he carries back pretty nice through that loin and down into that leg. Very nice kind of a goat. Once again, I think probably one of the next more ideally finished ones at this particular weight. Young lady's goat coming next. Same thing goes here. This one's pretty nice back through that loin. Carries okay down into that leg. But once again, like to see with a little more expression up right behind those shoulders. And as we move down in here, the young lady's goat coming next. Just one that I'd like to see balance a little better from the side. It certainly has some muscling to it, but one that just doesn't profile quite as neatly as the three above it, but a very nice kind of a goat in its own right. As we move down to class, we just get into some goats that really just need a little more time on feed and a little more condition, but a very nice class of first class of market goats here.
The results for Class 1 are as follows. In 5th place, Molly Parks. In fourth place, Macy Keller. In third place, Gracie Rodman. In second place, Trent Rodman. And in first place, and congratulations to Renner Gano.
Class 2 is now entering the ring. Class 3, you are on deck, and Class 4, you are on the hole.
three really nice ones up here at the top end of this class. I think some goats that certainly handle with a lot of width and dimension down that top, especially in this dairy division. The one we're going to start with, I think, is the deepest in terms of that loin. I think one that is correct in terms of that finish. He's very fresh and nice to the handle. We step behind it. I think he certainly probably has as much muscling as anything in the class. Really nice kind of a goat to start with. One here follows real closely here in second. This one here handles really, really well. It's very nicely conditioned. Once again, one that I certainly appreciate when I handle it. I get my hands on it. I don't think it's maybe quite as deep as a loin as our class winner, but one that I certainly think has a very nice amount of muscling and is correct in terms of that finish today. Same goes along with the one here in third, one that maybe just gives up a little bit of levelness of spine to our class winner and our second place one, but one that certainly measures well. She percentage is good from that 13th rib on back. She's just a little off in terms of that top line today, but a very nice one as well. The young man's black goat here in fourth. This guy is really pretty and attractive to look at from the side. By far the shallowest to his loin of our top four, but one that you certainly have to appreciate for his extension, and the young man's done a really nice job with him. As we move down farther in the class, we just run into some goats that maybe aren't quite as correct in terms of their finish today. That's what separates these. I certainly like the stoutness of this one here. The young lady's leading out right now, the kind of calico marked one, but he just simply needs to be a little further along, needs to possess a little more depth to that loin.
The results for Class 2 are as follows. In 5th place, Katie Smith. In 4th place, Liam Kuhn. In 3rd place, Zoe Kuhn. In 2nd place, Jillian Atkins. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Cameron Wallace.
As a reminder, we're going to be moving pretty quickly through the market classes. In order to help be in compliance with all the regulations, when you are in the building, please wear your mask. Please do not sit on the rows with the blue tape. If your child is not in the ring or shortly going to be in the ring, please leave so other people can move in and have a seat so that we can maintain our proper social distances. Thank you.
Currently, we have Class 3 in the ring, Class 4 you are on deck, and Class 5 you are in the hole.
think when we get back and study these guys and get our hands on them, we got an easy class winner, in my opinion. The young lady's goat up here closest to me certainly is pretty long in terms of his makeup, but one that's really correct in terms of his finish. By far the most correct, in my opinion, in this class. He's very good in terms of that loin. He handles down into that leg as well as anything that we have that we're looking at today. The young lady here in second, as far as getting him showed and presented to me, certainly is very good. She does a nice job of getting him set up. This guy just doesn't have quite as much dimension to that loin. Gives up some lower leg when we step in behind him compared to our class winner, but another very nice one in his own right. As we move down into third, a goat that I certainly appreciate. I think he's a nice fit right here. He just simply isn't as correct in terms of his finish today as the two that we have above him, but another very nice goat the young lady brings out to us. The young lady coming next, this one here, once again, we just started to get into some goats that are lacking muscling. They're lacking that finish that we have any higher in the class, but I think this one's the next most correct, and that's why we're going to stick it in the fourth hole here. As we move down into kind of this really neat colored brown, kind of copperhead kind of goat, one that you certainly appreciate from a side view. One that I think when I got my hands on him disappointed me a little bit. I was hoping to have a little more muscling there because I really like that one from an eye appeal standpoint. As we move down into class, we just run out of muscle shape and dimension.
The results for Class 3 are as follows. In 5th place, Michelle Lance. In 4th place, Ruthie Faith. In 3rd place, Macy Keller. In 2nd place, Alexandria Pace. And in 1st place, congratulations to Sophie Gano.
Entering the ring, we have Class 4, Class 5, you are on deck, and Class 6, you are in the hole.
Young man's goat here we're going to start with, I think, brings us by far the highest level of cutability anything in the class. I think he's done an excellent job of getting this one fed and finished where it needs to be. Condition-wise, I think he's spot on for this particular weight. Carries down very good into that loin, carries back pretty nice into that hip. Maybe like to see him just a little leveler down that top line, but I tell you what, this one here has got a lot of good things working for him. Very nice kind of a goat to start with. Follow up real nice with this young lady's doe here in second. This one here, once again, possesses the right amount of condition and covering. Very nice back to that loin and carries down pretty good into the leg. Maybe doesn't have quite as much terminal shape when we get up there up to that rack as what we end up having our class winner, but a very nice kind of a goat in its own right. As we get out of our first and second hole, we start to see some goats here in our third place one that is made pretty nice and certainly has some length and some muscle shape, but we lack a little bit of the condition and finish that we're looking right back over that rib and back over that loin in comparison to our first and second place goats. But another very nice goat in its own right. The young lady coming next, once again, kind of the same deal, just gets a little bit maybe not as ideal in terms of that finish today. Certainly a very nice goat. A little bit more time on feed, I think, would have done this one some good as far as finishing that loin and finishing that rack just a little bit better. As we move down into the class here, we just run into some goats that just simply need more finish. And you're going to find that a lot of times when you're looking at these dairies, you got to push them to some higher weights to really get them to lay that fat and that conditioning on to make them an ideal terminal project, but a very nice group of dairy market goats.
The results for Class 4 are as followed. In 5th place, Caden Fletcher. In 4th place, Mandy Lance. In 3rd place, Candace Kissinger. In 2nd place, Raya Walter. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Corey Myers.
Currently, we have Class 5 in the ring, Class 6, you are on deck, and Class 7, you are in the hole.
really like this one we're going to start the class with. This one here I think appeals to me not only from a side view standpoint, but when you get behind it, it's got as much muscle that's correctly finished as anything in the class. One that's certainly good to do that loin and balances out really well. When the young lady gets him set up, he looks really nice from that side profile. Couples that up with a fair amount of muscling that's on a correct finish. Very nice kind of a goat to start this class with. Gets a little closer here in second and third. We're going to go with one that's maybe just a little shorter in terms of his overall build, but one that I think just today is packing a little bit more muscle. One that I certainly think that it's correct enough in terms of finish today, but certainly a very nice second place goat as well. The young man's goat here in third, one that he does a great job as far as presentation. When I step in behind this one, he just simply doesn't have as much muscling as some of the ones ahead of it, but certainly very long profiling, very nice handling today, very nice kind of a goat here in third as well. The young lady's goat here in fourth, extremely extended in its kind. I just like to make him just a nickel thicker overall for me to use any higher. Really kind of narrow when he walks away from us, but a very nice, she's done a very nice job and presents him extremely nice. And again, once we get into these other ones, just simply lacking that finish today, lacking some of that muscle shape as we see in the goats ahead of him, but a very nice group of goats out here.
The results for Class 5 are as followed. In 5th place is Taylor Dean. 4th place, Haley Eldridge. 3rd place, Huck Finnegan. 2nd place, Hayden Kuhn. And in 1st place, congratulations to Shiloh Walter.
Class 6 is now entering the ring. Class 7, you are on deck, and Class 8, you are in the hole.
Really nice goat to start off with here. One that I think just really combines the most muscling and balance of anything in the class. To me, just probably one of the heavier muscle goats we've seen so far today, and packages that up pretty nicely. Second and third get a little bit closer for me. The one here in second maybe gets a little coarser about his front end, but I think when we get back and look at him, he still has a little more terminal shape through that rack and out through that hip and down to that lower leg than what our third place one does. The young man does an outstanding job with this one here in third, and always has him presented this to a max, but he's built right. He just simply gives up a little bit too much dimension up through that rack, and when we step in behind him, he just doesn't have the same kind of capacity as what we see in the ones above him. We get into a little bit bigger goat here in fourth, one that I certainly appreciate for his length of body, one that still measures in percentages pretty well. I think for a little bit bigger framed one, he's still going to cut pretty nice. Young man's done a nice job of getting him finished. Just like to see him balance better from the side. Then we start getting into some stuff, some goats that maybe I'd just like to see balance out better. This next one, this black goat, is just a little bit ugly in terms of his side view profile. He's got some product, but he just doesn't tie everything together very well. But a very muscular kind of goat. Just like to see him a little bit neater in that package. And as we move down, just once again, some conditioning issues. Very nice class of goats.
The results for Class 6 are as follows. In 5th place, Allison Lewis. 4th, Billy Bickers. 3rd, Ross Kuhn. 2nd, Caden Fletcher. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Jack Stevens.
Class 7 is now entering the ring. Class 8, you are on deck, and all first and second place class winners are in the hole.
Again, as a reminder, as we move through the market classes, please make sure that you have your masks on when you enter the building. Please observe the blue tape. Do not sit on the bleachers with the blue tape. Help us ensure social distancing. If your child is not in the ring or coming into the ring in the next class, please leave so other people can come in and get seated. We would like to have most people seated, and do not block the doorways, please. Thank you.
really nice class out here. To start this class off, we're going to actually use this dough kid, one that I think just combines the most muscle shape and volume. When we get our hands on her, she's correct enough in terms of that finish. I think one that excels the class in terms of that muscle shape and design. I think one follows real closely here in this the young lady's weather here in second. This one is long down that top, very similar to our class winner in terms of design and build. Just gives up too much from behind in comparison to our class winner. And then we're starting to get almost on the flip side here with this one in third. This one here is maybe appearing to be just a little older and staler. One that I certainly appreciate. It's got a fair amount of muscling and mass down that top. Starting to maybe get a little bit heavy in terms of that condition today, but a really nice goat here in his own right. As we move down into fourth, once again, a really long-spined one that you certainly appreciate for growability, one that certainly has enough product. But when we get back and we analyze him in comparison to the three that we got standing above him, just maybe gives up a little too much in terms of that conditioning today. I'd like to see this one a little bit farther along to move any higher in the class. And as we move down in the class, once again, we just run out of some muscle. We run out of fat covering to compete with the ones above them. But a very nice class. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
The results for Class 7 are as follows. In 5th place, Huck Finnegan. In 4th place, Maggie Lance. 3rd place, Blake Muntis. 2nd place, Ruthie Faith. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Gabriel Smedley.
Class 8 is now entering the ring. All 1st and 2nd place class winners be on deck.
really nice pair of goats up at the top end of this class again. I know we're getting up to some of them heavier weights, but still ideally finished and has a lot of product. I don't know if you looked at the goat market, but these heavy goats are pretty high demand, and ones that are finished and got some muscling like this are certainly a very nice commodity to have. The young lady that we start with, just this one here, just really expressive through that rack, probably carries back into that leg just a little better than our second place goat. But one here that's in second that the young man's done an outstanding job. This one really got good touch, handles extremely well when I get my hands on him. One that I think when I step back and I analyze it versus our class winner, I'm just lacking some of that shape to the outer portion of the leg, but two very nice goats here in their own right. Young lady here in third, another very nice kind of a goat. Very practical, very good in terms of his finish and condition. Conformation-wise, very acceptable, very nice kind of an individual. And as we move down, we get into some heavier goats that are certainly very nice, very practical, good doing. Maybe just don't have quite the look and eye appeal. They're starting to maybe get a little too much cover on, but a very nice group of heavyweight goats. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
The results for Class 8 are as follows. In 5th place, Jackson Fife. In 4th place, Jocelyn Fife. In 3rd place, Savannah Burns. And in 2nd place, Corey Myers. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Riley Gowitzka.
All first place class winners are entering the ring. All second place class winners be on standby. Right now, I'd just like to take a minute to thank our sponsors for today. The people who have sponsored the Grand Dairy Market Champion Trophy is Kim Brown in memory of Bill and Wanda Chase. And the sponsor of the Grand Dairy Market Champion banner is the Harriman Family Farms.
Let's put our hands together for these young people out here. I think we've got a really nice set of dairy goats out here in this market division. I think these kids have done an excellent job as far as getting them fed and presented and ready for us out here. I think that we've got some that certainly have enough look and eye appeal, but yet they couple that up with the correct amount of muscling and muscle shape and dimension, and then still do that with a very nice amount of covering and condition on them. To me, there was when we got into the class, I found one that I thought was going to just be really hard to get around, and as the other classes come in, it certainly wasn't any different. We'll go select your champion dairy market goat. Let's put our hands together for these young people, and as we do that, we'll bring our seconds in, and we'll just kind of keep rolling through this group. So congratulations to you all. Very nice group of goats out here.
Your grand champion goat is shown by Jack Stevens from Class 6. Our reserve grand champion goat is shown by Shiloh Walter out of Class 5. Our sponsors for our dairy champion trophy and banner is Ken Brown in memory of Bill and Wanda Chase. Your third overall is shown by Caden Fletcher out of Class 6. Your fourth overall is Ross Kuhn out of Class 6. Your fifth overall is Gabriel Smedley out of Class 7. Your sixth overall is shown by Ruthie Faith out of Class 7. Your seventh overall Dairy Market Go is Hayden Kuhn out of Class 5. And your eighth overall champion is Corey Myers out of Class 4.
Congratulations to all these exhibitors out here. A really nice set of dairy goats today. And I certainly appreciate you guys getting them in and out timely, and was able to get a good look at all of them. I appreciate that. A really nice set. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. They asked me if I would say a few words, introduce myself. I'm Matt Martin. reside in Attica, Ohio. I grew up in the livestock industry through 4-H and FFA. Some of the greatest experiences, I guess, of my life growing up to help kind of mold me and help shape me and kind of direct me towards the agriculture side of things. I worked full-time as a machinist and a welder fabricator. So a lot of times agriculture and the trades kind of go hand in hand. But I'm fortunate to be able to do this. I grew up not only in 4-H and FFA, but I grew up showing sheep primarily. We raised registered Cheviots, polled Dorsets, and then we raised some market lambs throughout my childhood. And that's how we made our money as well as row crop farming. As I got older, my wife and I got married. Our boys and us, we raised some Southdowns and some Hampshire type club lamb ewes. And then my middle son has a budding flock or a herd of does that he's been focusing on here pretty hard. Been judging for the past 26 years. I've judged anywhere from Virginia to California, a lot of different type of shows, a lot of county shows, and I guess county shows are kind of where my heart's at. I feel like you can still relate and talk to those kids just a little bit more. Certainly with everything that's going on this year, it's certainly made it a little bit difficult, I think, for all of us to do our jobs and be able to interact maybe the way we want. But I certainly count it a privilege. I thank my Lord and Savior for the opportunity to do this. Not everybody has the opportunity to do something that they truly love and they're passionate about, but He's given me the ability, and you folks have given me opportunity today, and I take that very serious. So I thank you for the opportunity to work with your kids today. But like I said, my name's Matt Martin. I'm from Attica, Ohio, and I've been around the livestock industry all my life. I've been judging for the last 26 years, sheep shows and goat shows for probably about the last 15. So I thank you guys for having me, and so far just an excellent set of kids and goats out here today.
For market meat goats, non-sale class will soon be entering the ring. Class 1 on deck, Class 2 in the hole. Non-sale class is now entering the ring. Class 1 on deck, Class 2 in the hole.
I know this is an underweight class, but we got two pretty nice goats up here at the top end. We're going to start one that I think is a little closer to ideal in that condition today. I know that they're underweight and they're not going to market, but I still think this is a terminal in type project, and I think getting them finished right is important. I like this one in terms of muscle shape down its top and handle. The way it handles, pretty nice kind of a little goat to start with. I really like the design and the profile on the young lady's goat here in second. One that just needs a little more to it today to move any higher. as we move down to class, once again, a really long spined one. I like this one in terms of that has some top shape, just needs more condition on it today. Same goes for our next one, another one that has some muscle shape and some dimension, just need a little more condition. Then we run into some that look like maybe we had some struggles, maybe with some coccidia or just maybe some management issues that we need to kind of address. Certainly goats that you'd like to see further along in their development today, but a nice top end of this lightweight class.
The results for non-sale class are as follows. In 5th place, Riley Baker. 4th place, Michaela Crawford. 3rd place, Sophia Johnson. 2nd place, Emily Caciccio. 1st place, Morgan Turnbaugh. Class 1 is now in the ring, Class 2 on deck, Class 3 in the hole.
Really nice young lady's goat that we're going to start with. Really nice kind of a goat. Certainly like this one in terms of freshness, in terms of muscle and balance. This one kind of hits you when it walks in. It certainly gets out and moves better than anything else in the class. really nice one to start this class with. We get in a second, one that certainly has some terminal shape, one that maybe isn't quite as attractive from the side. She doesn't balance quite as well when we step in behind her, and she doesn't look quite as good when we get out and we study her in terms of that underline in comparison to that top line. But another very nice kind of goat. As we move down in here into third, this young lady's goat is certainly very nice in its own right. It's pretty fresh to the handle. One that just gives up a little bit too much muscle shape to our first and second place goats to move any higher today. A really stout made one here in fourth. The young man's goat is extremely thick and massive. Maybe don't want to cooperate the best today, but this one's really wide backed and it just needs a little bit more look for me to move any higher in the class today. Then a young man's goat coming next, really attractive profiling, just don't have quite enough to him today. Really nice group of younger or lighter goats out here. As we move down to class, just simply need more condition and time on these to move them any higher today.
The winners of Class 1 are as follows. In 5th place, Zachary Smart. In 4th place, Adam Neese. In 3rd place, Ali Mazi. And then in 2nd place, Sophia Johnson. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Kendall Thomas. Currently in the ring is Class 2, Class 3 on deck, and Class 4 in the hole.
That's better. Really nice pair to start this class with. I think we're going to start one, to me, it's just a little nicer in terms of that rib and her overall shape. When we get back and really study this one, she's really got a tremendous amount of rack working right there coming out behind that blade. Really square about those edges, carries back really good into that loin. She's not as tall fronted as our second place goat, but one that I really like in terms of her quality of muscle. Her muscle shape from front to rear is really good on that particular individual. The one we got here in second, one that I like when they walk out into the ring. She's really extended up through that front. She's fresh in terms of that handle. I think where we get her beat is when we get back and step in behind her and study her. She's not as wide about that pin set as our class winner. She's not maybe as correct about that shape right up over the top of that rack is what we have in that our class one or our first place kid. As we move into third here, one that's maybe a little bit of a problem one for me. The young man brings a really nicely presented one out here. This one probably has as much leg as anything in the class. Probably of our top threes lacking the most in terms of that rack and in terms of that freshness of handle today. But a very nice one in third as well. The young lady's black-headed doe here, certainly have to appreciate this one for the amount of extension and grow that it has. Just simply needs more product there. This one gets a little bit more base narrow when we start to study it. I'd like to see this one track a little wider. I'd like to see this one just pulled apart a little bit to lay a little bit more natural muscling down that top line in comparison to the three kids that we had ahead of her. And then we've got the red weather here, one that you certainly have to appreciate. He's got some grow, and he certainly has some muscle and some shape. He's not fitted the same, so he's a little harder to study, but he's got some quality. He's just not near ready in terms of finish today. And the same goes for the next two. They're just not quite ready in terms of finish or muscle shape today, but a very nice group of kids out here.
The results for Class 2 are as follows. In 5th place, Brooklyn Reed. In 4th place, Taylor Beveridge. In 3rd place, Bowden Galloway. In 2nd place, Blake Feltley. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Preston Rummery. Now in the ring is Class 3. Class 4 on deck, Class 5 in the hole.
You know, just a little bit difficult as far as sorting these. We've got some differences in this class, but I think when we get back and really analyze them and start to sort them and see them for what they are, I think we've got one that to me sorts itself to the top, and that's a kind of caped weather here the young lady has. This one is by far one of the freshest in the class, very youthful, certainly good enough in terms of his bone work. Is he the biggest pinned goat in the class? No, he's not. But he's certainly big enough, and he's three-dimensional, and he's productive enough in terms of his look and his design. And even though we want him to be ready because this is terminal show, we also need to I want to be able to project these things out to get to 85, 95 pounds, and I think this guy would do it really easy. And with that being said, we've got one out here that I'm sure that there's a lot of people looking on the side. So, well, that's the heaviest muscle. Well, he's heavy muscled, but I don't think when I get my hands on him, he really don't measure much bigger than the goat that wins this class. And he's substantially smaller in terms of that frame. This guy just doesn't have the grow power to go any higher than this. If we were at the 80, 85 mark, maybe we could have changed some things a little bit. This guy is really wide down that top. The young lady's done a fabulous job with him, but he is just, to me, he's just a scotch small. I'd like to see him a little bigger in terms of that overall frame for me to use him to win this class. I'd like to see that handle firmed up on him in comparison to our class winner. Young man's doe kid here in third, one that I certainly like for length of spine. This one has some good muscle shape to it. Maybe not quite as attractive as either of the two that are standing ahead of it, but certainly a very nice, very practical kind of a goat coming here in the third spot. As we move down into fourth, real extended kind of a goat, one that you certainly appreciate in terms of his length of skeleton. I just need to put some more muscle and some more product on there for me to use him any higher. I'd like to see him a little base wider when we view him from behind. The young lady's black goat coming next certainly is really thick, a little, once again, kind of moderate, just doesn't have quite the muscle shape and dimension is what we see in the moderate one that we had higher in the class, but a very nice goat in its own right. And as we get down in the class, just ones that I'd like to see more condition on, but a really nice class here nonetheless.
The results for Class 3 are as follows. In 5th place, Riley Baker. 4th place, Addie Turnbaugh. 3rd place, Trenton Galloway. 2nd place, Kelsey Snyder. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Kendall Thomas. Class 4 is now entering the ring. Class 5 on deck. Class 6 in the hole.
I wanted to take this time to thank my ring crew and the ladies here at the table. Most of them have hung with us all day, starting at 8:30 this morning. I would also like to thank you for being compliant today and making sure that you're social distancing, not sitting on the blue stripes. Just a quick reminder that when we're in the building, we need to have our masks on, and we need to make sure that when we are sitting, we are with our family members, and we are doing proper social distance otherwise. Thank you.
really nice. Really nice. Wow, that's a lot louder than the other one. Really nice class out here, and I think we've got a pair that just sort themselves quite easily to the top of the class. We're going to use the young ladies, black-headed weather, to start off. This little guy is really, really neatly constructed. He's without a doubt one of the whitest based. He gets out and he just kind of floats around the ring, but yet at the same time he really puts them feet down with some authority. He's really got a lot of width and dimension. I like this guy in terms of his levelness. I like him in terms of his condition and his touch today. One that I think combines a lot of really nice things at this particular weight. He's big enough. One that I think is certainly very nice. The young man's doe kid here in second, I think, is one that you certainly have to appreciate. Very fresh in terms of that handle. One that you really like the way she moves around as well. He's done an excellent job as far as getting her trained and programmed. She really carries that front end elevated and is really neat through that front 2/3. I guess where I'd like to change her is maybe she just level her just a bit back to that jump muscle. She wants to get a little bit high at that hip. I don't think she's quite as level and maybe as attractive from the rear 2/3 as our class winner, but one that I think certainly has a lot of value. I think we get into our third place weather here, one that certainly fits in here quite logically. He's pretty powerfully constructed. He just doesn't tie that all together quite as neatly as the ones that we have in 1 and 2, but certainly one that you have to appreciate in terms of terminal shape, in terms of the width and dimension that he has. I just simply like to put it together in a little nicer package. And the young lady's doe kid coming in fourth, another one that certainly has some muscle and some product. This one starts to get kind of deep and flat in terms of that forerib, in terms of that chest floor for me. I'd like to see her just with a little more turner rib. I'd like to see that chest floor tucked up in there just a notch to move her any higher, but one that I certainly appreciate that terminal shape and that shape that she has down that top. A real attractive one here in fifth from a side view, long-sided, one that just simply gives up too much in terms of goods. I'd like to see this one with more width and some more dimension down that top line, and I think that's what kind of sets these next several apart, is they just simply, they're certainly nice in terms of their skeleton. I'd like to see them a lot better in terms of that muscle shape and that overall dimension, but a very nice class of goats.
The results for Class 4 are as followed. In 5th place is Michaela Jugold. In 4th place is Olivia Potts. In 3rd place is Alyssa Neese. In 2nd place is Caleb Thomas. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Tinley Kirk. Now in the ring is Class 5, Class 6 on deck, Class 7 in the hole.
some classes you certainly have to just kind of line themselves up, and then there's other ones where you kind of struggle and you find yourself running into a bunch of goats that are pretty nice quality, but nothing really wants to jump out and separate themselves. In this particular class, I'll be honest, the first place goat separated itself, and then after that, I think it's extremely close placing. I like this guy that we start the class with, one that you certainly have to appreciate. He's extremely extended. He's extremely good to the handle. He's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape. When you step in behind him, he carries the biggest leg in the class. A really nice kind of a goat to start this class with. It gets real close for me here now between second and about sixth. I think it gets really you kind of have to pick and choose. I'm going to go with one that handles more like my class winner, and that's the black-headed one that the young lady's leading out right now. Maybe not the most eye-appealing goat, and maybe doesn't look like it's got enough on it, but I tell you what, this one handles good. It's got a good touch to that top, carries down pretty decent through that leg, and I think that's where he excels the weather here in third. This guy's pretty big and extended, kind of fits the packaging pattern of our first place goat, but really when you get your hands on him, it kind of disappoints you just a little bit. He's a little softer in terms of that finish. He just doesn't have the muscle tone and firmness of what we have in our class winner. The young lady's kind of red-butted or belted doe here. I certainly like some things about her. She's really wide and opened up to that chest. She's got some rib and some shape there. She just lacks that muscle shape. She's just a little immature in terms of that development right now. I think if she got a little bit older and could spend a little more time on feed, you could maybe get that to come around just a little bit more, but the young lady's done a nice job with it. The red weather here in fourth, once again, very smooth in terms of his makeup, just needs more terminal shape. When I step in behind him, he's kind of nondescript from that hind leg standpoint. I certainly like to see him with a little more expression when I step in behind him. Same goes for this black weather here, one that I certainly do appreciate some things. He's not bad in terms of that top shape. He's not bad in terms of the shape back through that loin. I just need to see a little bit more of it. And the same way goes for the young lady's goat coming next. Very nice class. Let's give them a round of applause.
The results for Class 5 are as follows. In 5th place is Zoe Sechrist. 4th place is Maddie Perkins. 3rd place is Adam Neese. 2nd place is Sienna Kennison. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Adelie Miller. In the ring now is Class 6, Class 7 on deck, Class 8 in the hole. Following the goat show, the born and bred steer show will follow shortly after.
really interesting class out here. And once again, not a clear-cut winner in my opinion. I think we've got some nice goats out here, but nothing that just absolutely jumps out at me and says, hey, I'm the one in this particular class. But I think as we get out and we study this group, the young man's whether we start with is probably the most complete whether in the class. When we start talking about balance and eye appeal and move, when he gets out and travels, I think he holds himself together the best of any of them, and couples that with the most amount of muscling for that. I think when we get into second and third, we got two that are similar in terms of their type and kind. Both of them I'd like to clean up just a little bit, maybe make them a little stronger down their top lines. I'm not sure I got the best look out of either of them. They do have some muscle shape and some dimension. I just like to see them a little neater in terms of the way they're put together. I think our third place one maybe just gets a little coarser yet through that chest floor in comparison to our second. I think it's one that I certainly like, and probably the young man gets him shown as well as anybody out here is in fourth. This guy just simply is too base narrow right now. I'd like to see him pulled apart. The young man does a nice job. He gives me a nice silhouette. But when we watch him coming at you and then going away, he just simply needs to track wider. He needs to hit the ground wider. But a very, very nice job as far as presentation goes. The young lady coming next, once again, one that I just need to straighten this one right behind those shoulders. Wants to get a little broken in terms of that forerib, but certainly a very nice goat in his own right. As we move down to class, ones that I just need to just change about their conformation, I need to give them a little bit more muscle shape and dimension down that top line.
The results for Class 6 are as follows. In 5th place is Michaela Stevens. 4th place, Trent Rodman. 3rd place, Sarah Drawdy. 2nd place, Shayona Johnson. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Blake Feltley. Now entering the ring is Class 7 and Class 8 on deck, Class 9 in the hole. Correction, 4th place was Ian Finnegan.
these are kind of the close placings that the judges like, because when you have this kind of quality up here at the top end of the class, it makes it real easy to be happy with whichever way you decided to go. But I think in this particular instance, we're going to go with the goat that the young lady has out here in the center of the ring. This guy here is just really, he's pretty special in a lot of ways. If I could make this guy come out from behind those shoulders better and leveler right into that forearm, this wouldn't even have been a competition today, because this guy is super shallow through his chest. He's maybe being a little bit of a turkey right now, but he's certainly not working for the young lady. But she does a phenomenal job of getting him set up and presented to me. I love this guy on the move. Like I said, I'd like to fix him right there behind those shoulders. But you want to talk about one that's stout, one that's fresh, one that gets out and moves. It certainly is a very nice one to start this class with. I really like this one here in second. I think maybe as far as true base width, this guy certainly has a ton of it. He's certainly not the most agreeable in terms of wanting to get out and show, and the young lady doesn't get near as much out of him as honestly the young ladies on either side of her. But this guy is pretty nice. He's maybe a little less descript, maybe not quite as expressive in terms of that muscle shape when we step in behind him, but one that's truly wide-based. He's really pulled apart. I certainly like that about him, but it was hard to get a good read on him because he's always wanting to fight and pull back. I like this guy, but I think he's a little more masculine, a little flatter through that forerib, a little bit flatter and deeper through that chest than our class winner. Granted, he does come out of the back of his shoulder just a little bit leveler, but there again, with not quite as much rack and not quite as much as expression. Young ladies goat here in third. Unfortunately, you're just in a really tough class. This is a really nice one, and he just happened to fall against some pretty tough competition. This guy is really built good. She does a great job with him and certainly presents him very well. He gets out and moves good. He's maybe not quite as wide at the ground as the two that we see setting in 1 and 2, but this guy's got a tremendous amount of merit. Very nice kind of a goat here in third as well. And as we move down in here to the red weather, we just these next couple just run out of gas in terms of competing with the ones that are above them. But this one here handles pretty fresh down that top. He just gets a little less descript when we step in behind him and view him from the rear. I'd like to see him with a little more expression through the outer portion of that leg, but certainly a very nice goat in his own right. Then we run into some that are just a little longer spined, a little bit maybe just bigger in terms of their skeletal design. Need to see a little more muscle shape to move him any higher today.
The results for Class 7 are as follows. In 5th place, Jackson Kennison. In 4th place, Devin Martin. In 3rd place, Abigail Snyder. In 2nd place, Kendall Lance. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Savannah Harriman. Now entering the ring is Class 8, Class 9 on deck, Class 10 in the hole.
Again, I'd like to thank my ring crew, including the 3 people that are outside, making sure that when we are ready for new goats for the judge, they are here, they are on time, they are in order. I wouldn't be able to do this without them. We wouldn't be able to move through the animals like we are and give the judge a good look at them. I'd like to thank the ladies at the table again for hanging in all day and working through this heat and humidity. I would like to just remind everybody to not sit on the bleachers with the blue stripes, maintain social distance, and please wear a mask when you are in the building.
Young lady's goat that starts the class off, one that I think just surfaces to the top when we get our hands on it. Maybe this class certainly doesn't have that one knockout that just jumps out and hits you, but this one here, I think when you study it, it's pretty good in terms of quality, in terms of conformation and muscling. Very nice kind of a goat to start off with. It gets a little closer here. Next, we're going to go in with this a red with the half white belt. This one here is super terminal in terms of shape and design. He's really got a lot of muscling when you view him from behind. I'd like to see him handle them hocks just a little bit better when we put him out in motion, but a very nice kind of a goat in his own right. One coming next, the young lady's doe kid, certainly pretty stout in terms of her kind. She's correct in terms of that finish. Maybe doesn't just wow you in any one area, but very complete, very functional kind of an animal here. The kind of dappled up one coming next, I think correct in terms of finish, maybe getting a little bit smaller in terms of that frame, but one that certainly has a lot of product, is correct enough in that finish today, and I think where he excels our 5th place one is just in sheer mass of muscle. The one here in 5th is neat enough in terms of his build. I just like to give him more natural width and dimension when we step in and study him from behind. The same goes for the next 2. They're just too base narrow for me to use any higher today. This is one of those examples of really not even close in the class, and this one here is really just excels and pulls away from the rest of the class. You want to talk about one that's pulled apart and super functional and it's got a good set of feet and legs and still has plenty of base and width and dimension and muscle and touch. This guy really puts it together quite nicely. I think we got one that follows him here in second. I think one that's probably the next most terminal in his shape. He may be just not quite as smooth of package as what our class winner in, but this one here has got a lot of product in him. Certainly working, and the young lady's done a very nice job getting him prepared and fed for here. Very nice job. The one that's kind of a problem goat for me in the class is the one the young lady brings in third. I like this guy from a profile standpoint. He's beautiful and attractive. This one just gets a little bit base narrowed. He still handles with enough muscling and authority and still puts it together that much nicer than the other goats in the class. We're going to use him here in this third spot, but one that I simply need to make bigger in terms of product for me to use any higher today. The young man's goat coming in fourth, certainly appreciate this one. He's certainly big and bold. He's got some depth and some capacity. I just like to put it all together, maybe a little neater package, but a very nice goat in his own right. And then the half belt here coming, one that just gets a little softer in terms of that makeup. I'd like to see this one a little deeper and fuller through that loin. I get my hands on him. I could very easily move him up a spot, but he's pretty shallow there in comparison to the ones we have above him, but a very nice class of top 5. As we move down to the next two, they just lack a little bit in terms of conformation and muscle quality, but goats that are still very productive and functional. Very nice group of goats out here.
The results for Class 9 are as follows. In 5th place, Nicholas Carpenter. 4th place, Jaden Walter. 3rd place, Olivia Culler. 2nd place, Maggie Lance. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Hadley Williams. Now entering the ring is Class 10, Class 11 on deck, Class 12 in the hole.
like this guy a great deal. He comes into the ring and he certainly commands your attention. When you get back and you study this fella, he's extremely round and robust in his rib. He's really cracked open and blown apart. One that you certainly appreciate in terms of that rack shape and that dimension of muscle that he has. One that I guess if you're going to be real critical of him, maybe I'd like to see him just a nickel taller shouldered. But I tell you what, one that lays together really well. And when you get your hands on him, if it was even remotely close, which it wasn't that close anyways, if it was close, he just breaks it wide open when you get your hands on him. He handles extremely well. He's extremely fresh, very youthful in terms of that touch today. One, I guess, maybe you could add him a shot of skeletal size, but I tell you what, this one is pretty good, though, in terms of that build. I really like him a great deal. I think one here in second to follow is pretty close. One that maybe isn't quite as radical in terms of that cage shape. One that maybe isn't quite as neat and about that chest floor. The young lady does a really nice job with him. This is a really nice goat as well. He just maybe not quite as edgy as the one that we start with. I get my hands on him. He's a little softer, but once again, she does a fabulous job with him and getting him presented, even though he wants to be a little bit difficult from time to time. The young lady's goat here in third. This one is a little bit bigger skeleton than the ones on either side, but I think when we look at this one from a three-dimensional standpoint, this one has a tremendous amount of product. I think this one here is really good and very practical and profitable. Very nice kind of a goat here in this third spot. Congratulations, young lady. The young lady coming in fourth. This one here is a little bit maybe wastier, I guess, when we view him in that front 1/3. But this one has a fair amount of product in him as well. I'd like to level him and straighten him out from maybe that 13th rib on back, give him a little more width when I get back and view him from behind. But this guy here is pretty good in his own right. The same goes for the next couple goats. This is a nice class of goats here. They certainly have some practicality and some profitability here. These guys just run out of natural width and dimension to compete with those ahead of them, but a very nice class of goats.
The results for Class 10 are as follows. In 5th place, Riley Trumppower. In 4th place, Lily Klein. In 3rd place, Ellie Stevens. In 2nd place, Kelsey Snyder. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Mariah Cook. Class 11 is now entering the ring. Class 12 on deck. Class 13 in the hole.
really, really nice one to start this class with. The young ladies brought out a really complete kind of a goat, one that you certainly have to appreciate from a power standpoint. When you get back and you study him from the side, he's equally as good. One you certainly appreciate his silhouette and his top line, his underlying relationship. Certainly a very nice kind of an individual to start this class with. Certainly no slouch here in second. This one is awful good in his own right. One that maybe just isn't quite is tucked up in terms of that chest, but one that you really have to appreciate a lot of things about. The young ladies got him fed right. He's certainly really good in terms of his muscle shape and his design. Maybe not quite as wide in terms of his base as our class winner, but two really good goats here in first and second. The young man's goat here in third, one that I certainly appreciate a lot about. This one's very practical and very productive. I like this guy in terms of his top shape. He's got some rack and some dimension. I think this one probably could actually stand to be a few pounds heavier to really get dialed in. I don't know that rack's completely filled right now, but a really nice one in his own right. The young man coming next, a little bit bigger framed one that just runs out of product when we step right in behind him. But this one here is also very nice. He's done an excellent job of getting him fed and finished. I think he's very correct in terms of that. One that really doesn't want to cooperate with him that well, but certainly a very nice goat in his own right. Then young ladies, Weather coming next. This guy is really stout and pretty soft in terms of his makeup. I'd like to see this guy with a little more touch and a little more freshness of handle when I get my hands on him, but certainly a very nice one as well. And the young man's red one coming next. This one here is certainly has got quality. He's probably just a little overdue, or overdone, I should say, as far as his condition. He's starting to get kind of soft and a little bit wasty. And then the young lady's goat coming next. Just like to give this one a little more shape and dimension to move any higher today.
The results for Class 11 are as follows. In 5th place, Elisa Nice. In 4th place, Preston Remery. 3rd place, William Fry. 2nd place, Madison Boyer. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Marion Lance. Class 12 is now entering the ring. Class 13 on deck. Class 14 in the hole.
Very easy class winner for me here. This one just kind of steals the show from the time he walks in to the time you get your hands on him. Whether you're handling them or viewing them from the side, this one here takes this class pretty easily in my mind. Just a really good kind of a livestock right there. When you look at that one, very complete, extremely elegant, but yet very powerful and conditioned just right. A very nice set coming next. We got one in here in second, just very productive in terms of his makeup and design. I wouldn't necessarily call him a show goat, but one that certainly has a tremendous amount of product. I think it's in probably the nicest package in terms of finish of what we have in the class yet. One that I'd like to clean him up to his chest, maybe balance him up just a little bit. But this one here is pretty good in terms of that muscle and in terms of his finish. A very nice kind of a goat here in second as well. And we get two in here in third and fourth that I certainly appreciate. I like these guys pretty well when they first walked in the ring, but as I get to study them, they're both a little bit soft to the touch. The one here in third, I think, is just a little better in her lines today than the one in fourth. The black-headed Weather here just gets a little bit coarser, get a little bit piecier when I view him from the side. He's got some width and some product, but he's kind of soft to the touch today to move any higher. The young man's doe coming next, a long-sided kind of a doe that maybe just isn't quite as stout featured as some of those that beat it in class, but a very nice, productive kind of a doe as well. Very nice class. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
The results for Class 12 are as follows. In 5th place, Jonathan Abshire. In 4th place, Abigail Snyder. In 3rd place, Kaylee Wallace. 2nd place, Grady Klein. And in 1st place, Reese. And congratulations to Reese Cook.
Class 13 is now entering the ring. Class 14, you are on deck, and Class 15, you are in the hole.
really nice pair of goats up here at the top of this class. We got a few differences. I think if I could combine the two of them, boy, we'd really have something special. But I think we got two pretty special ones here in their own rights. The young lady's kind of blonde-headed whether we're going to start with. When she gets this guy put together, this guy looks like $1 million. I really like this guy in terms of his stoutness of bone. I like him in terms of his length of body. I love him in terms of his handle today. One that maybe isn't quite as good as heighted today as our second place one, but one that I think you certainly have to look at. And when we analyze him as a complete unit, I think he excels our second place just in terms of length of body, length back through that loin, and just overall dimension of muscle. You're going to add some right there when you add that length. This one's a pretty good one. Really nice weather to start this class with. Certainly taking nothing away from the young man's weather here. He does an outstanding job with him. To me, he's just a nickel short from me. This guy, though, is really, really powerfully constructed. When we study this guy, he's extremely wide-based. He's extremely good on those feet and legs. I just need to pull him apart and just give him a little bit more length of body. But this is an awful good one as well. Congratulations, young man. Very nice job. We have a little bit of a drop-off, I guess, from there. We've got some other goats that are certainly very nice, but they're just not the show goats that we see here in 1 and 2. The young man's doe here in third is very complete, very long-bodied, certainly has some shape and dimension to her. Very nice kind of a productive kind of goat here in third, but one that I just need to give a little more terminal shape to move above these other ones. And as we move down into fourth, same thing. This one balances just a little nicer than the one we've got coming here in fifth. One that I'd like to give some more shape and muscle to get around any of the other ones in the class. But this one here is certainly long, pretty balanced, just needs some more shape. And then the young man's weather coming next. This guy has some shape and some product. I just need to put it together in a little better package. He wants to get a little loose on those hocks. He wants to get a little off in terms of that top line. One that's certainly very productive and practical. I just need to just tie him together a little better for me to use him higher today. And then we got a couple coming next that just simply need a little bit more width and dimension to them. But very nice projects in their own right. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
The results for Class 13 are as follows. In 5th place, Kayla Evans. In 4th place, Alexa Falk. In 3rd place, Caleb Thomas. In 2nd place, Logan Harriman. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Savannah Harriman.
Class 14 is now entering the ring. Class 15, you are on deck. And Class 16, you are in the hole.
incredibly close pair here for first and second. I think two goats that are very similar in terms of their type and kind, and this is the differences that I see. The one that we're going to start with, to me, is just a little bit more complete. I think he's a little sounder on the move. He's a little better on his feet and legs. I don't think he's quite as hard muscled today as our second place, but I think he handles those back legs. I like him especially from that hock down much better than our second place goat. One that certainly has enough product. I think he certainly carries a very good top and a very nice leg, but one that you certainly have to appreciate. One here in second, I tell you what, I've be hard pressed if I've had my hands on one that's any harder muscle today than this one. This one here is really good to the handle, to the touch. He is really being a cantankerous thing. I don't like him when he wants to set those back legs down. He wants to get kind of long on that pasture and wants to kick that in. And when he's fighting a young lady, it makes him look like he's a little steeper off the hip than what I think he is. But I really didn't get a good look at him. He handles tremendous. He's fed and fit really, really well. I'd like to see him a little leveler out to that tail head and set that back leg down just a little better, and we could have used him in this particular class. As we get into third, one that I certainly like, this one's really long, really pretty productive in terms of his type. He's a little softer. He's the softest of the top three in terms of his handle and his finish today. One that you certainly have to appreciate, though, for that length of body. But with that length of body, don't always correlate into measuring well from that 13th rib on back, but another very nice goat in his own right. As we get into fourth, a real production-oriented type goat, one that's certainly big in terms of his rib. He certainly has some middle and some capacity to him. Maybe not a show goat, but one that will certainly make this young lady some money. I'd like to see this guy a little neater and shapelier about that muscle to move any higher today. As we move into fifth, another one that kind of fits that same bill. I'd like to see just a little more natural shape and dimension of muscle for me to use him any higher. But once again, one that's very productive, one that's very profitable. Very nice goat here in fifth as well. Very nice class of goats all the way from top to bottom. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
The results for Class 14 are as follows. In 5th place, Paige Steele. In 4th place, Reese Lewis. In 3rd place, Ian Finnegan. In 2nd place, Bergen Leonhardt. And in 1st place, congratulations to Britton Boyer.
Class 15 is now entering the ring. Class 16, you are on deck, and Class 17, you are in the hole.
certainly a little change of pace. If you would have told me I was going to use a doe to win a class at this juncture in the show, I would have told you that you're probably not going to happen. But I think a pretty nice one here. And in a class that maybe there's not one that just absolutely jumps out and says, I've got to get this one. But this one here actually is probably one of the best handling goats in the class. Really appreciate this one down her top line. She's really good up through that rack and back through that loin. And I think when we analyze her from the side, she's definitely the most attractive from that front two-thirds. I'd like to maybe see her a little leveler out through that tail head. But this one here, I think in this particular class, is the best combination goat that we have in terms of muscle shape, dimension, and overall finish. Very nice kind of a goat to start this class with. Goat here in second, I think follows in there pretty nice. This one here is pretty long down that top and pretty rugged in terms of his build. He's not real smart tonight, wants to be kind of difficult. But I think just wants to test that young lady's patience. But certainly one that you have to appreciate for his length of body, and he's pretty stout. He actually handles pretty good. But another very nice goat here in second as well. And as we move down into third, one that you certainly appreciate for his volume and his capacity. He's got some width and some depth to him. I just like to make it a little neater in terms of that top shape and that terminal shape that he has. But a very nice kind of a goat in his own right. The young man's goat coming next. Once again, one that you certainly have to appreciate. He's big in terms of his kind. He certainly has some dimension and some productivity to him. I just like to see him a little neater, a little more terminal in terms of that shape today to move any higher in the class. And once again, kind of the same, sound kind of like a broken record here. He's really pretty, got some depth and some length. I just like to see just some more natural width and thickness when I step right in behind this one. And as we move down the line, once again, just like to add just a touch of shape, and I'd like to just maybe clean some of them up a little bit in terms of that finish today. Very nice class of goats.
The results for Class 15 are as followed. In 5th place, Nicholas Carpenter. In fourth place, Jack Cotter. 3rd place, Ty Lenhart. In 2nd place, Alexa Falk. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Morgan Trumpauer.
Class 16 is now entering the ring. Class 17, you are on deck, and Class 18, you are in the hole.
Again, as we wrap up the 2020 Goat Show, I would like to remind you as we get in here, and I know the final drive is really, really exciting. These kids have worked a long time to get here. Just remember to please put your masks on when you are in the building. Do not sit on the rows with the blue tape on them so we can properly social distance. Please give priority to the families of the kids that are going to be in the show ring. Again, I know it's exciting, but we want to make sure that we're compliant so that we get to finish our fair and the other kids across the state get to have their fairs. Again, I would like to thank my people at the table who have stuck in here all day, my ring assistant, the people outside. I couldn't do it without them. We couldn't have the flow go without them. And the judge has been a trooper. I hope that you understand the things that he was saying during showmanship. I really appreciated the time he took with the kids to give them pointers and advice. And I just would like to thank everybody once again as we start to wrap up this show.
really nice one to start this class with. The young man does an outstanding job, and I tell you what, one that whether he's propped up or if he's got him moving, this one's really good. I certainly appreciate a lot of things about him. For as big as he is, he still handles really fresh, and he's correct in terms of that finish. He does a very nice job. Very nice kind of a goat to start this particular class with, young man. Congratulations. Certainly taking nothing away from the young lady here in second, because this one would have won the class right before it. But this guy just maybe doesn't hold himself together as well when we put him in motion. He wants to see that blade working a lot more here. He wants to kind of fall apart just a little bit behind that shoulder. But boy, when she gets him propped up, she makes it really, really close. And that's where I wanted to see him one more time in motion. I think that's what separates these two. But two really good ones here at the top of this class. Now when you run into this one with the red hawk, one you certainly appreciate this one. It certainly has some shape and some dimension to it. Certainly very functional and practical in its design. Just doesn't have quite the show ring look as what we see in the first and second place goats, but certainly a very, very nice kind of an individual in his own right. Young man's goat coming next, really a little bit bigger scaled one, but this young man does a really nice job with him. He's correct in terms of his finish. I'd like to see him maybe just a little bit naturally wider and a little more dimension when I step in behind him, but this one's pretty good, especially at this particular weight in terms of that condition today. Then the young lady's goat coming next, once again, one that certainly has done very well. She's taking really good care of this guy, and he's maybe just getting a little bit past that 12 o'clock mark, but one that's certainly very profitable and practical. Very nice kind of a goat as well. Same goes for the next ones. There's really not a bad goat in this class. You guys have done a great job taking care of them. It's just a matter of confirmation and then tying that all in to muscle shape and finish quality. Very nice group of goats out here. Let's give them a round of applause.
The results for Class 16 are as follows. In 5th place, Riley Trumpower. In 4th place, Wyatt Darling. In 3rd place, Samantha Darling. In 2nd place, Olivia Culler. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Hayden Harriman.
Class 17 is now entering the ring. Class 18, you are on deck, and Class 19, you are in the hole.
really easy class winner for me out here. This guy just really checks a lot of the boxes. And when we start getting to this weight and you're still this fresh and just correcting your build, really nice one here to start off with. Congratulations, young man. I think he gets a little closer here in second and third, but I think the young lady brings us a really nice one. I'd like to see you be able to try to get him put together just a little bit better. He wants to kind of come apart in that shoulder. I don't know if it's all structure, if it's some of it he's just being kind of difficult, but this one here is just loaded with muscle. He's just absolutely a mammoth through that loin. He handles really good through that leg. He's good in terms of his finish and his condition, and honestly, this is probably the best he's looked is here walking away from us. But one that's really got a lot of quality. I just like to see him a little better in that top line today. A really nice kind of a weather in his own right. Young man's going back to lamb shows now. The young man's goat here in third, you certainly have to appreciate. One that you have to really, when you study him, he's certainly got some shape down that top. He's pretty good in terms of that finish today. He doesn't handle as firm and fresh as our top two, but certainly a very nice one in his own right. And then the red weather we've got coming next, once again, really complete, very compact, and certainly has some muscle shape and dimension. Maybe just gets a little bit softer than the ones that are standing above it, but a very nice quality one, very productive in his makeup. And as we move down into fifth, once again, one that you have to appreciate for his skeletal size and his makeup. I just need to make him a little more correct off those back legs. I'd like to see him with a little more natural width to move any higher. And then we've got two really nice big framed ones here. I think just like to see just a little bit thicker, maybe a little farther along in terms of that finish today.
The results for Class 17 are as follows. In 5th place, Caden Kissel. 4th place, Erica Uplinger. 3rd place, Lucas Potts. 2nd place, Virgin Lionheart. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Logan Harriman.
Class 18 is now entering the ring. Class 19, you are on deck, and all first and second place class winners are in the hole.
really powerfully constructed weather to start this class here. This belted weather really big in its kind. You want to talk about one that's pulled apart in terms of that chest, in terms of that rib cage, one that's really laying a tremendous amount of product down there. Really nice kind of a goat to start this class with. I think we follow up with one that I think most closely follows in terms of handle and design. A little different in terms of its build, a little bit bigger in terms of that skeletal structure, but one that I think is correct as any in the class in terms of this finish. One that still has enough shape and dimension to it. Really long and kind of extended goat here in third. We start to get to these bigger weights and we run into some issues that maybe we didn't see at some of the smaller weights. We start to get in some that are a little softer in the handle. This one still handles relatively well. Really long, measures long from that 13th rib on back. One that I just like to see him lay that top line in just a little bit leveler. And the young man's goat coming next, a really big volume kind of a goat here. One that you certainly have to appreciate. Once again, I think maybe he gives up a little bit dimension when we step right in behind him in comparison to the ones ahead of him, but a very nice goat in his own right. The young man's doe coming here next. One that I think I could have used up a spot or two. I need to fix her off her back legs. She wants to kind of lay down on those pasterns, but one that handles pretty good. She's got a lot of width and rib and dimension to her. I just like to change her up about the way she's setting those feet down. And as we move down this class, once again, some that just maybe run out of gas, maybe don't have quite the soundness, the structure that we see ahead of them, but a very nice group of goats.
The results for Class 18 are as followed. In 5th place, Carter Kissel. 4th place, Jack Cotter. In 3rd place, Kaylee Wallace. In 2nd place, Morgan Trumpauer. And in 1st place, and congratulations to Joshua Sickmiller.
Class 19 is now entering the ring. All 1st and 2nd place class winners be on deck.
We are going to take a 5-minute break after this class and then come back to do the championship drive.
Maybe you're not your typical heavyweight weather here. We got one out here that's got some horns, and he's marked up all pretty, but this one here is really good in terms of his build. He's really correct in terms of his lines, and this guy really out-handles the rest of the class in terms of shape and thickness, and maybe not so much in thickness, but in three-dimensional muscle and freshness, I should say that way. He's correct in his rib. He's good in his build. We're getting up there to them upper weight limits. Just a really good doing, very productive kind of a goat to start this class with. I think as we get into second and third, these two guys really have done and converted extremely well. We're going to go with the one that I think is the most terminal in his shape. I think he's most correct in his finish of what's left out there. One that I think you certainly have to appreciate. He just gets a little bit uglier from the side in terms of the way he kind of ties himself together. I'd just like to see him a little neater when we view him from the side to use him any higher today. And as we move into our third place goat, one that once again follows suit, gets a little funky off those back legs, wants to kind of get a little club-footed on those back pasterns, but one that certainly has a lot of product, just need to put it in a neater package. And then young ladies, Weather coming next to blonde-headed Weather, one that you certainly appreciate. He's pretty nice from a side view standpoint. She does a really nice job with him, but this guy just gets a little too base narrow when we start to study him. We step in behind him here, and he gets a little less descript in terms of that muscle shape and design and dimension. I'd like to see him a little more defined and a little bit more descript in terms of that muscle shape. Then we've got the red Weather here, one that you certainly appreciate for his style and balance. He just gives up too much in terms of muscling today, and that's kind of the story as we go down farther in the class. But a very nice group of Weathers here in this heavyweight class. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
The results for Class 19 are as follows. In 5th place, Kaylin Schwall. In 4th place, Taylor Beveridge. In 3rd place, Carter Kissel. In 2nd place, Jacob Williams. And in 1st place, congratulations to Kaylin Schwall. We will be taking a 5-minute break.
I'd just like to take a minute to appreciate and talk about our sponsors for a quick second. Our Grand Champion Meat Market Trophy was donated by Charles Miller and Associates and Auctioneers, and the Grand Champion Meat Market banner was provided by the Randy Eisenhower family. Our Reserve Champion Meat Market banner is sponsored by Westfield's Tropical Snow and Diane and Alan Westfield, and our Reserve Champion Meat Market Trophy is on behalf of Kinsley and Ernie Van Dyne.
First of all, let's put our hands together for the young people out here. I certainly want to thank everybody that invited me down, from the extension to the fair board, to the junior fair board, whoever might have been involved. I certainly appreciate the opportunity. When you get a chance to work with a set of kids and goats of this caliber, I think that says a lot. But I think most of all, it's the caliber of kids. And the caliber of kids don't come without caliber of parents, and I certainly appreciate that, folks. They've been very respectful. They've been very prompt as far as getting them out here. They've been courteous to me out here in the ring, and I think we certainly can see the benefits of that right now. I know we had some smaller class sizes today because of all the stuff that's going on. I thank you guys for bearing with us on that. I don't think most of us like it. Maybe we do or don't agree with it, but unfortunately that's the circumstances we're in, and I thank you for kind of working through it with us. Certainly, it's a privilege. I consider it a privilege. I feel like I've been blessed that the good Lord, my Lord and Savior, has given me the opportunity to do this. Not everybody gets the opportunity to stand in front of a lot of people, make decisions that affect kids that they've worked all summer for. And I think that I have a really good set out here, and I think I could probably go 3 or 4 different ways and not make a wrong decision. But I think when it comes right down to it, I've got to be very comfortable with what I'm doing and I've got to feel really good about it at the end of the day. I think we've got some that are really up there in that wheelhouse where I'm looking. Obviously, when I judge lamb shows, I like them up there in that 140, 35 to 40 range. My goats, I'd probably like them in that 90, 95 range. But I think every now and again, one comes along that just kind of maybe breaks the mold just a little bit, and you got to kind of rethink things and be willing to work outside of that box a little bit. We've got some out here. You obviously seen probably my favorite 3 or 4 that I pulled out and kind of worked just a little bit. We're going to go out and we're going to study them just a little bit more. But we'll pick your champion here. And like I said, I certainly appreciate every one of you having me down. And I consider it a blessing to be able to work with your kids. And it's not something that I take lightly. So congratulations to a great set of kids, a great set of goats. And I thank you for having me today.
Your grand champion showed by Hadley Williams out of Class 9. Your reserve goes to Hayden Harriman out of Class 16. Your third overall goes to Savannah Harriman out of Class 13. Your fourth overall goes to Logan Harriman out of Class 17. Your fifth overall goes to Marin Lance out of Class 11. Your 6th overall goes to Olivia Caller out of Class 16. Your 7th overall goes to Reese Cook out of Class 12.
Class 10.
And your 8th place champion goes to Mariah Cook out of Class 10.